There is a lot to talk about, so before we get into it, let's talk about our general public service announcements. There is a gifting goal today. Please consider contributing to that. Tapping is clapping, and sharing is obviously caring, and we appreciate all of you for that. There is also a subscription goal. I would like to encourage you, if you've subscribed here, thank you very, very much. But if you wouldn't mind shifting your subscription support over to FactsStillMatter.site, it's also the Facts HQ. And you can find that in the link tree that is in my bio. There's all kinds of information over there, including our new friends, My Handy Helper. Go check out their website. There's also a link for their son Link's Amazon birthday wish list. There are a lot of really cool items in there. If you want to help support an amazing community, please do that and join our Discord, because that's where all the action happens. I want to remind folks that if you do subscribe at the Facts HQ, coming up on St. Patrick's Day. So anybody who's an active subscriber on Facts HQ. So if you have subscribed, or if you subscribe between now and St. Patrick's Day, Monday, we are going to be entered into a little contest that we're doing, and the winner will get their choice of any item in the merch store. And you'll also get either any item in the merch store or a charitable donation on your behalf of an equal value. And I will gladly provide that for you. Also, the sales of any shirt, the My Handy Helper shirt, all the proceeds from the sales of those shirts go directly to our friends at My Handy Helper. Also, we're still promoting Brett and Nikki Cross's shirt, which is "The Sound of Children Screaming has been removed," the official motto of the United States of America. Proceeds from the sales of those shirts go to Brett and to Nikki. So there's a lot of ways that you can support numerous members of our community. I always encourage folks to join the Discord, because that's where we keep a lot of information. We store a lot of information about how you can provide mutual aid support and or just helping a neighbor in need, all kinds of things. So there's a lot of fantastic stuff in there. So again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. Let's check the Dow. I know that it closed down again yesterday, another 478 points. So we've been tracking this for going back a month. We could even go back a little bit further than that, but it's down 7% in the last month, 3,215 points total, including another 478 points yesterday. Price of gas remains around $3.09, so it stays pretty flat. We talk about the stock market a lot, because we need to, obviously, because it is one of the important factors that Trump likes to tout in his economic success. I think it's really interesting that we can have the conversation about that, because he has said some very interesting things in the past about the stock market, in particular as specifically as what he had thought was going to be the demise of the stock market if Kamala Harris won the election. So again, he tells on himself. So this is what he's had to say on numerous occasions, this mostly leading up to the election. So let's find out what he had to say about that, shall we?
If Harris wins this election, you will quickly have a Kamala economic crash. You're going to have a crash. If we lose, you're going to have a crash like you wouldn't believe. Many people say that the only reason the stock market is up is because people think I am going to win. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. If we don't win the next election, the stock market will crash.
Dang.
So, since the election, since this inauguration, the stock market has cratered, as we all know. So more of the gaslight to his base, like we discussed yesterday. There's something going on with I think it's because of the black sweatshirt, but I have my Stand With Ukraine sweatshirt on today for obvious reasons. We'll talk about that in just a minute. The gaslighting that we talked about yesterday about how Trump wants a recession. I think we went through the exercise pretty well, but just as a recap, he is desperate to try to find ways to tout some economic success, right? We know that the tariffs have not have not landed very well in the global markets. Steel and aluminum tariffs up to 50%. The auto industry is going to be impacted again. The gamesmanship back and forth. He's getting destroyed from a diplomacy negotiation. The great negotiator. So his recipe for potentially taking some of the heat off is literally drive the economy into the ditch. So 2 straight quarters of negative economic growth is one of the leading factors to determine a recession. We know from reporting from the economists and from the Atlanta Fed that we're very likely to see -2 to 3 points GDP, meaning it will be, our economy will contract according to the GDP. Thank you very much. So we can't necessarily say specifically that that prices will fall. They tend to. You don't want deflation. It's almost worse. But there's nothing he can do to lower prices. When you have inflation, prices go up. That's what it is. That's how it works. There's just no way around it. But more importantly, his recipe for getting attention off of him is potentially to say, okay, I'm going to crash the economy, but then I'm going to bail us out. So we've said before, he is the poison and the pill, right? So I guess we'll be keeping our eyes on that. But I just think that was a fascinating little bit of audio that yours truly has tucked away, waiting for these particular moments. So yeah, so let's talk about a couple of the big news items. There's 3 in particular that I want to talk about real quick. Let me just check something really quickly. I want to first thank a few people who've subscribed recently to the Facts HQ, Cat Whisperer, and Carol, and also for people who are interested in picking up some of these items as we talked about. Thank you to Michelle and to Lahua for your purchases recently from Facts HQ. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate you guys. All right, so the CR vote, right? Hang on one second. Thank you, Legend. Yeah, there was a famous Truth Social post that Trump put out in November of 2012. This would have been on Twitter. If the Dow drops 1,000 points in 2 days, the president should be impeached immediately. Okay, so the stopgap spending bill, right, that the GOP has been pushing, passed yesterday with 1 Republican defecting and 1 Democrat voting in favor. That was Gerald Golden from Maine District 2. He's a veteran. I've been trying to think about this objectively, but I can't find anything that is going to keep me from showing my anger. And quite frankly, this is what we talked about last week about Hakeem Jeffries' leadership, right? If you say publicly that your entire caucus is standing by to vote no, and then you have one of your members vote yes, I don't think that's a good indication, quite frankly. Now, I realize that his vote would not have kept the resolution from passing because you needed more than 1 Republican. It was Thomas Massey from Kentucky, and Trump's already gone after him like crazy, saying that he's disloyal and threatening to primary him and whatever else. Jared Golden represents a relatively red district. So if you're thinking of this from a political science and strategy perspective, the argument could be made that it's a nod to the base up there that hopes to say, I didn't vote against it. I didn't vote to shut the government down, but I'm not going to defend it. I'm not going to defend it at all. It's Gerald Golden, and I'm angry because I don't care what the circumstances are. I don't want to see any support done. So if you want to screen grab this, you can. These are his office locations in DC, also in Bangor, in Caribou. If you guys want to screen grab that, you can. I would encourage you. I've made a couple of phone calls and sent a couple of emails expressing my lack of support, we'll say, for what he chose to do. I don't. It's a tough needle to thread when you're in one of those districts, but I think this is more indicative of Hakeem Jeffries' leadership, quite frankly. You cannot go out publicly and talk about how your caucus is in lockstep and then have one of your members bail, right? So the question is, if that came down to it, right? If it came down to it, if there were two Republicans who defected, which means they wouldn't have had enough to pass it, and then Jared Golden voted to support it. I don't know. So I'm disappointed that that happened. Anyway, so as we know, the CR passed. It now heads to the Senate. The Senate needs 7 senators, right? There needs to be 7 to hit the filibuster threshold. I have no faith in Chuck Schumer as a leader, none whatsoever. I don't know. That's still a heavy lift to get 7 Democrats to support it, but I would not be surprised at this point. So I'm 60-40, 55-45, thinking that it's going to pass, right? And basically, it's more or less funding from the previous year. So it's a continuing resolution, meaning that we're going to continue to spend at the rates that we were. So this is sort of the first step. There's 2 major things that are happening, right? We still need a budget, the continuing resolution, although this was a little bit different because they're usually very short term, 3 months tops. This goes until September, so at the end of the fiscal year. Changes, some of the highlights, changes to non-defense discretionary spending, a $27 billion savings, changes to defense discretionary spending, another $27 billion, IRS rescission, $46 billion, health extenders, Medicare sequester extensions. I don't know exactly the specifics of those, and I'm trying to find that out. But what we do know is that each agency, remember this went through the reconciliation process, so you didn't have to have the specifics of all the cuts that you're proposing for the future. So when they go back to the drawing board to try to negotiate the budget, we know that the Commerce Department, for example, or the Commerce Committee specifically, has to cut $880 billion, right? And the only way they can do that, because of the various programs that they have purview over, the only way they can do that, that's not quite true. KY, I'm sorry, still not your mom. The CR is the same budget that passed in the last session Pelosi was speaker. That's not entirely true. As I just explained, it's a CR that's going to continue to get kicked down the road. It's not exactly the same. So you're wrong about that. And the CR is not a budget; it's a spending bill. So sorry about that, but you're not accurate about that. Anyway, the Commerce Commission, the Commerce Committee is tasked with cutting $883 billion in their budget. The only way they can do that is to cut Medicaid. So when the right likes to grandstand and tell you that they're not going to be cutting Medicaid, Social Security benefits, they're flat out lying to you, because the only way they can cut $883 billion from their budget is to cut Medicaid. Doesn't mean eliminate, it just means cut. So we know that we went through this exercise yesterday about tens of millions of Americans. Mike Johnson hit in his state, 40% of his residents are on Medicaid. So he's got to go look them in the eye and say, thank you for sending me to Washington. Fuck you. I'm cutting it because my daddy Trump told me to. And so I can continue to be a Christian nationalist and screw the poor and screw black people and everybody else. I'm going to take away your benefit, right? So we're going to be watching this. The government is still scheduled to shut down midnight Friday. So the Senate's got to move. And we'll see. So we'll be watching that over the next day and a half because it's going to be an interesting vote, I must say. The other big news, obviously, yesterday is the ceasefire, right? So I did a video. I stitched older millennial this morning on a video because you're already seeing the lies being spread by the right about this deal, saying that Ukraine caved to the pressure of President Trump about this mineral deal. An older millennial went out and said, they agreed to pay 50% to give us to guarantee 50% of the rights to the rare earth minerals found in Ukraine. Absolute bold-faced fucking lie. Do not let them gaslight you, okay? Remember the biggest push that the right has been talking about, not wanting to send any more security assistance to Ukraine, right? I've talked about it over and over and over and over again. Well, guess what? In the joint resolution, because you can find this is from the State Department, U.S. Department of State, and I will make sure that this ends up in the Discord if you guys want to have. I'll do that right now so I don't get yelled at. Sorry. Let me find it. I want to put it right here so I know exactly. I'll put it here for now. Okay. All right. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. So this is the joint statement on the United States-Ukraine meeting in Jeddah. Remember, the lie that is perpetuating the right-wing spaces right now is that part of this deal was a guarantee that the U.S. would get 50% of revenue generated or access or monies from Ukraine's rare earth minerals. Okay, I want you to know the body of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The U.S. and Ukraine took important steps towards restoring durable peace for Ukraine. Representatives of both nations praised the bravery of Ukrainian people in defense of their nation and agreed that now is the time to begin a process toward lasting peace. The Ukrainian delegation reiterated the Ukrainian people's strong gratitude to the Trump administration, the U.S. Congress, and the people of the U.S. for making possible meaningful progress towards peace. Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal to enact an immediate interim 30-day ceasefire, which can be extended by mutual agreement of the parties and which is subject to acceptance and concurrent implementation by the Russian Federation. The U.S. will communicate to Russia that the Russian reciprocity is the key to achieving peace. Remember that. The U.S. will immediately lift the pause on intelligence sharing and resume security assistance to Ukraine, which means we will continue to send them intelligence. We will continue to send them arms, financial support, like we have been all along, okay? The delegations also discussed the importance of humanitarian relief efforts as part of the peace process, particularly during the above-mentioned ceasefire, including the exchange of POWs, the release of civilian detainees, and the return of forcibly transferred Ukrainian children, okay? As a reminder, Stand With Ukraine, the sunflower, the sweatshirt I'm also wearing today. Tom at Dagger Custom Apparel, you can find the link in the link tree that's in my bio. Proceeds from the sales of these shirts, I'm not connected to that in any way, but they go to the largest Ukrainian orphanage. So if you want to support a cause like that, you can go check it out, okay? The delegations also discussed the importance of humanitarian efforts. I discussed that one. Both delegations agreed to name their negotiating teams and immediately begin negotiations towards an enduring peace that provides for Ukraine's long-term security. The U.S. committed to discussing the specific proposals with representatives from Russia. The Ukrainian delegation reiterated that European partners shall be involved in the peace process. Lastly, both countries' presidents agreed to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement for developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources to expand Ukraine's economy and guaranteeing Ukraine's long-term prosperity and security. Okay? No guarantees, just more lies, right? So the good news is there's movement, but this is gamesmanship by Ukraine because the rhetoric coming from, from Russia, the Russian propaganda being uttered and recited and then reiterated time and time again by not only our president but the right-wing echo chambers, was that Ukraine is the one that doesn't want the deal. Ukraine is the one. They're the ones that are holding this up. Well, the ball's in your court, Vlad. The ball is in your court. So let's see what happens. As a reminder, and I pulled this information too because I think it's important to discuss, between 2014 and 2022, Ukraine held 200 talks with Russia, reaching 20 ceasefire agreements. Russia violated all of them leading up to the invasion. Those advocating for negotiations are either uninformed, misled, or aligned with Russia. The expectation that they will honor a ceasefire this time, we'll see. Again, 20 separate ceasefire arrangements made between 2014 and 2022. So there's that. Okay. All right. So everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please, we really would appreciate that. Again, if you want to support the channel, a couple ways you can do that by subscribing. That'd probably be the key thing to do right now because we're going to be, we don't know TikTok. We talked about this yesterday or the day before. They all run together these days. Apparently, there are 4 relatively serious bids. At least that's what we've been told. And the very likelihood that the president, because in the bill to ban TikTok, in the bill gave the president the ability to determine what is considered a viable sale. So we'll see. So I think we should all expect the deadline to be extended. with 4 potential bidders for TikTok. Well, we don't know, but we will exist somewhere. We are currently streaming live on YouTube. If you're over there, please drop a comment. Please subscribe to the channel. And if you're watching us here today before we end today, please head on over to YouTube and subscribe there as well. So we'll eventually have a home. Thus, the reason to ask you to subscribe at FactsStillMatter.site. All right. A few other things that I think I want to talk about today because, we discussed the Dow and, the continued gaslight coming from the Trump administration specifically as to the impact of tariffs, right? We know that the market has responded. We know that Mexico and Canada have responded. We know that the EU has responded, right? We know that these things have caused the volatility that we're seeing in the stock market, right? In an attempt to try to justify what they're doing, they just continue to gaslight. So Caroline Leavitt, and listen, as somebody who is kind of done what she does somewhat, there are a few tells. When you don't know the answer to something, or if you're caught, typically speaking, what you do is you go after the person who puts you in that position, right? And you attempt to diminish them when in fact you're only diminishing yourself. So she was asked a question about tariffs specifically, and you can just listen to what she had to say.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
You're welcome.
If we could just step back for a second. When President Trump last addressed the BRT when he was on the campaign trail, his big push was on tax cuts. He's going there today as he's proposing tax hikes in the form of tariffs.
Not
and
true.
I'm curious
He's not doing
why
that.
he's prioritizing that over the tax cuts.
He's actually not implementing tax hikes. Tariffs are a tax hike on foreign countries that, again, have been ripping us off. Tariffs are a tax cut for the American people. And the president is a staunch advocate of tax cuts. As you know, he campaigned on no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security benefits. He is committed to all 3 of those things, and he expects Congress to pass them later this year.
I'm sorry, have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have.
That's
They
it.
don't get charged on foreign companies. They get charged on the importers.
And ultimately, when we have fair and balanced
Listen.
trade, which the American people have not seen in decades, as I said at the beginning, revenues will stay here, wages will go up, and our country will be made wealthy again. And I think it's insulting that you are trying to test my knowledge of economics and the decisions that this president has made. I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press.
So did you catch that gaslight right at the end there? How dare you question my economic chops? Well, he questioned them correctly because you were fucking wrong. And did you also catch that part about this no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security? That was the big push, right? That was the big push that was expected to be in the budget, right? So we know that the language of initial drafts of the budget do not include that. So she slides that little nugget in there that we hope that Congress will take that up later this year. I can guarantee you that Congress is not going to take that up because they can't pay for it, right? So Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, and I do find it fascinating that the right, who every single day attacked Karine Jean-Pierre, who was unbelievably, arguably one of the most qualified press secretaries to ever hold a gig, not just based on her experience, but based on her background, her education. Caroline does not have anything close to the experience our former press secretaries have had. And she's up there being questioned on her economics when she just flat out is wrong. Just listen again.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
You're welcome.
If we could just step back for a second. When President Trump last addressed the BRT when he was on the campaign trail, his big push was on tax cuts. He's going there today as he's proposing tax hikes in the form of tariffs.
Not
and
true.
I'm curious
He's not doing
why
that.
he's prioritizing that over the tax cuts.
He's actually not implementing tax hikes.
Yes, he is.
Tariffs are a tax hike on foreign countries
No, they're not.
that, again, have been ripping us off. Tariffs are a tax cut for the American people. And the president is a staunch advocate of tax cuts. As you know, he campaigned on no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security benefits. He is committed to all three of those things, and he expects Congress to pass them later this year.
I'm sorry, have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have.
That's
They
it.
don't get charged on foreign companies, they get charged on the importers.
Correct.
And ultimately, when we have fair and balanced trade, which the American people have not seen in decades, as I said at the beginning, revenues will stay here, wages will go up, and our country will be made wealthy again. And I think it's insulting that you are trying to test my knowledge of economics and the decisions that this president has made. I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press.
Listen, I mean, it's one thing to say, it's one thing to speak political speak where you don't necessarily, disclose everything, like you don't play all your cards, but she's just flat out fucking lying, right? We know that tariffs are not a tax on the exporter. They get their money. It's the importer that pays, and ultimately the consumer. So it's just so. And again, I want to call this out because I think it's really, really important. One of the, or I should say, three of the main sort of, rhetoric-filled talking points that fired up his base was no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. It's nowhere in the budget. Congress is not going to take that up later this year because they can't pay for it, and they know it, right? So this is what you get from the press secretary, and I'll remind people that every single day our previous press secretary was accused of lying to the American public every single day, right? Every single day. And every single day because they didn't disclose every single detail of Joe Biden's health or whatever it might be, right? Now, you can sit here objectively, and can we say that the press secretary's job is to put as much of a positive spin on the administration as possible? Absolutely. But what Caroline Leavitt just did is just a flat out lie. She just is lying to the American people and to the press corps. Lying. Tariffs are not paid by China or Mexico or Canada. They're paid by the importer, and that's paid, and that cost, that increase in cost, is then passed along to the consumer. So it's just a straight up lie. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Dumb. I can give you 3 examples of Caroline Leavitt. Can you give me one for Corinne Jean-Pierre? I guarantee you can't. So sit down in the corner and go put your thumb in your mouth like a good boy. Thank you. All right. So a couple other things. I found this interesting study because we continue to talk about economic pressures, right? And how. No, you can't. Dum-dum. No, you can't. I guarantee you can't. You'll just speak in rhetoric. You can request if you can. Right. Okay. So there's a report out. I forget who put this out. This is from. I'll find the source for you, but this is just. This is data regarding life expectancy per country and then healthcare spending per country annually. So Japan, life expectancy 80. And I'll weave this in just a second because I'm going to talk about it in terms of poverty, in terms of economic development, in terms of societal well-being. We'll say 84.8 years is the life expectancy in Japan, and they spend $300 billion annually on healthcare. Australia. This goes in order. Australia, 84 years, they spend $252 billion on healthcare. Italy, 83.8 years, they spend $42 billion on healthcare. Spain, 83.8 years as well, they spend $140 billion a year on healthcare. This is per healthcare spending US dollars per year, okay? France, 83.4 years, $345 billion. Canada, 82.7 years, $258 billion. Ireland, 82.5 years, $35 billion. Germany, 81.5 years, $522 billion. And the UK, 81.4 years, $300 billion. Okay, before I get to the US in just a second, all those countries have some form of universal health care, right? So the expenditures that they're talking about are the out-of-pocket expenditures, which are nominal in the case of universal health care. $10 here, $25 there, whatever that might be. The U.S. life expectancy has been declining pretty steadily. It's 77.5 years And the United States spends nearly $5 trillion a year on healthcare. So we've discussed this many times, right? First in cost, 42nd in outcome. You just said it, Clyde. Those countries, Japan, Australia, Italy, Spain, France, Canada, Ireland, Germany, the UK, and others, have decided that it's much more important to invest in the health of their citizenry, because if they don't, not only do they lose productivity, but they can't expect to grow their economy. One of the coming from corporate America, we did these numerous studies about productivity and sick days and things like that, right? And America far exceeds many other country. The problem is that it becomes sort of this acceptable standard, and then when employees have to take time off for illness, they're judged, quite frankly. Whereas other countries around the world encourage, almost mandate their people to take time off. You see all kinds of examples about wellness. Thank you. About the wellness of the employees and the happy thank you, and how important it is to continue to invest in your people, right? So staggering numbers. Declining life expectancy, rises in infant mortality, rises in maternal mortality, obesity, the obesity epidemic, things along those lines, all because we don't invest in our people. And here's an example of how the corporations get involved. A few years ago, Bayer, you might know Bayer, they're a German company. They make aspirin along with other things, merged with Monsanto. We know who Monsanto is. Bayer is one of the leading producers of cancer treatment drugs for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Okay? Monsanto produces Roundup, which is one of the leading causes of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So those two companies merged. One is a leading contributor to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma because of Roundup. They've paid out nearly $12 billion in fines and penalties, right? That's Monsanto. Bayer has one of the leading solutions, or one of the leading treatment programs for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The poison, the cure. Monsanto, Bayer. Leading to so many of the problems. Roundup does not cause cancer. My guy, Josh, what do you know? Have you been paying attention? Do you just like to type words? You can come up and talk to me about it if you want, Josh, but Roundup was absolutely found responsible for causing many forms of cancer, in particular non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Pay attention, guy. It's factual. Read it. You can just read. Did you have somebody type that for you? Because I don't know if spelling might be hard. Anywho, so that's just an example of sort of the system, that we talk about all the time. So that is just blatant. I don't even know how to describe it. How do you describe a relationship like that? Monsanto causing it, Bayer helping it with it, and yet they're one company. So that's another factor. All right, I want to talk. I want to talk a little bit. You guys know Dr. Richard Wolff. Dr. Richard Wolff is he's a well-renowned economist, and he studies governmental systems of economy, and he does quite a few things. He's a public speaker. He goes and speaks before all kinds of groups. He identifies to the left, but he speaks to right-wing spaces, and he's always the counterpoint on many conversations. He's talking, this little clip here, he's talking about socialism, because we are one of the arguments that we have when we are in opposition with the right is that, oh, you guys are just socialists. Well, people don't understand, first of all, what socialism is. Like, I've been called a communist and a fascist. Well, that's not possible. So I like this little clip because I think it explains a lot of the things that we talk about, how there's just a misconception of what certain things are. Okay, So this is Dr. Richard Wolff, and you can listen to what he has to say.
Than capitalism.
Hold on one second. Let me just start this again.
No socialism before capitalism came into being. Why? Because capitalism in the French and American revolutions made a big fat promise when it asked people to leave the feudalism that existed before and shift over to capitalism. It made the promise, as in the French Revolution, that capitalism would bring with it liberty, equality, fraternity, and let's add democracy and prosperity. Socialism is the movement that recognizes that what capitalism promised, liberty, equality, fraternity, and democracy, wasn't delivered and never was. And the socialism is a movement which, if it has anything in common among its different tendencies, is a notion that we can do better than capitalism. It's a yearning to do better. It's the kind of yearning slaves had to go beyond slavery, or serfs to go beyond feudalism. Employees and the people who empathize with them figure we can go better and do better than capitalism. That's what socialism is.
It's not that hard to disagree with, right? The design behind socialism was to fix the errors of capitalism, realizing that in capitalism, it's designed to punish the poor. You need servants, you need slaves, you need workers to enrich the power. So I just like that breakdown. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. I appreciate your support. As always, there's a gifting goal today. Please consider supporting that. So as we continue to speak about, capitalism and how we fix things, there's an interview that Jon Stewart did recently with someone who I find very, very fascinating. This series his name is Matthew Desmond, and he wrote a great book. It's called Poverty by America. I just downloaded it a few days ago, and I'm already halfway through it. It's really, really good. He just takes a look at the structural implications of our system and how there are little things that we can do here and there to make things better for all of us, right? Okay, so I'll play this clip because I think this is the first one that I really, really like. He'll talk about food stamps, and then we'll get into the specifics as to how we sort of potentially fix things. Again, food stamps looked at by the right, in many cases, by the elite, as handouts to the poor. Federal funding in support of marginalized groups helps keep the economy going in many cases, right? So again, capitalism requires people to spend money. Okay? So this is Matthew Desmond, and he's talking about some of the things that I just discussed. Here you go. Hold on one second.
Dollars dedicated to food stamps gets you $1.5 billion in our GDP. If you look at what it does for kids, the long-term economic and health benefit for kids, it's a huge return on investment. It's about $1 in food stamps gets you $62 coming back to you in a society. Meanwhile, right, when we cut the corporate tax rate, the benefits that we get are a lot less. We get a lot less than we're promised often when we're doing that. So investing in American people and stabilizing communities that need it the most is the best way for all of us.
I got to tell you, that out of all that argument, that to me was the most concise and powerful and it's one that I really haven't heard, which is you don't understand, like, we're not just giving people money, we're investing and getting a huge return.
Right.
And all these corporate subsidies are not getting us a good return.
Right? So the corporate, again, the fantasy that is trickle-down economics, right? The promise, like Richard Wolff talked about, the promise of capitalism, the promise that the rich and the elite and corporations will reinvest in their citizenry, in general, doesn't happen. We know that. They take tax shelters, they take their corporate buyouts. When you're rich, you don't spend money. You invest it, right? money doesn't circulate. Consumers, the rest of us, people who are on food stamps, people who are living paycheck to paycheck, people who are in the middle class, spend our money. We get it. We pay our bills. We buy our groceries. We maybe buy some new tennis sneakers like I just did for my daughter. Like, these are the things that we do, right? So when you invest, it's $62 return for every dollar in food stamps in regards to kids. And the benefits that we get from that in our system, similarly, you can make the correlation to student loan relief, right? Relieving debt for people who have just graduated or people that have student loans gives them more money to spend in our system, right? It gives people more free cash to be able to spend. So there's so many arguments to be made that, again, over investing in social programs is better for our economy. It's the data tells us so. It's not an opinion. It's the data tells us that, right? It's the rhetoric that says it doesn't. It's the rhetoric that says the poor are just looking for handouts. The biggest welfare queens, this is an old Ronald Reagan term, the biggest welfare queens are corporations and the rich. We'll get into the whole display in front of the White House yesterday with Elon and Trump and Tesla. We'll talk about that in just a minute. That's an example, right? He's going to get a new Starlink contract from the government. He's making, $8.5 million a day working for the government, not including his businesses where he's earning $55 million a day. He built his wealth on the back of government subsidies and corporate tax cuts. So Matthew Desmond's talking about, listen, if we invest in our people, if we provide food stamps, if we provide, Head Start, and we provide school lunch programs, the return is immense. First of all, it keeps people alive. Second, they are spending money in the economy. That's how it works. Okay. He goes a little bit deeper because he talks about how we pay for a variety of things, right? This part is also fascinating. Taxes. Okay. So this is what he had to say about that.
You say something in the book that blew my mind, which is there's a part in there where you talk about the tax burden.
Yeah.
And if we just collected the taxes that were owed,
Yeah.
it would account for $1.something trillion. And your calculation of how we could end poverty in this country was how much money?
So if you take everyone below the poverty line and lift them above it, that's about $177 billion a year. And it's a super rough estimate, but it gives us a sense of what we're talking about when we're talking about ending poverty, because that's so utterly attainable for us, right? That's less than 1% of our GDP.
Right.
So a study came out that showed that if the top 1% of Americans just paid all the taxes they owed.
Just the ones they owed?
Just the ones they owed, and not got taxed at a higher rate, just paid what they owed, we would net about $175 billion a year. So we could just about close the poverty gap.
Just with, and without levying other taxes, just collecting what we need.
Right. I mean, so like...
So,
yeah, right. Yeah.
Like, when you say that, I just go, no.
Right.
That can't be.
Right.
But be.
Right.
That's insane.
The point behind that, right, is everybody talks about, how do we responsibly pass tax legislation so that it, I'll use the right rhetoric, so it doesn't punish the billionaires. One of the things that the Biden administration did is part of the Inflation Reduction Act was to hire more IRS agents to do exactly what Mr. Desmond just described, right? Let's just get the people who owe taxes to pay their fucking taxes. So the math, as he described it, roughly speaking, it would take about $177 billion to pull everyone in our nation out of poverty. Now, the metrics there are, above what they refer to as the poverty line. That has to do with how much money, the average person receives, who determines what the poverty line is. So he's, like he said, it's a rough estimate. Okay. If we were to recover the taxes not paid by the rich now, not imposing more taxes, not doing anything to change the regulations, just pay what they owe now, then we could, in theory, end poverty, right? Like we discussed yesterday, the cap on Social Security is a great example. The cap on Social Security is $176,000. Once you hit that number, you don't contribute anymore. So why not raise the cap? Something simple that you could easily do. But I think this argument, this statement that he made, and again, America. What's the name of the book again? I just want to make sure I get it right. It's called Poverty by America, and is poverty, by America, and what it takes to close the poverty gap specifically. And his name is Matthew Desmond. Excuse me. And there's like a 20-minute interview you can find on Jon Stewart. He's talking about these kinds of things. So there are mechanisms. There are ways in which we could be doing these things, right? So this is a political failure from both sides where you're not enforcing tax laws that already exist. People will look for ways to, within the bounds of the system, legally in some cases, not in all cases, to avoid paying taxes. All right. If we have tax codes that allow people to pay nothing in their taxes, then they're going to take advantage of it. Right. Why wouldn't they? Right. So when you have the immense amount of wealth that it continues to accumulate and stay at the top, and that those people with the amount of wealth that they have, in theory, if they just pay the taxes that are on the books, we could solve so many problems. They talk about Wall Street speculation, tax on Wall Street speculation. About Bernie Sanders has talked about that, or the ways in which we can fund, Medicare for all. There are so many things within our system that we can do now if people just played by the rules. Let's be real, right? So we don't. I mean, I went through this exercise, and on the math side of it, we don't generate most of our revenue from corporate taxes. It's the individual income tax, right? And we've gone through this exercise before where we know the boom of the middle class in particular was post-World War II, 50s, 60s into the 70s, where the corporate tax rate was around 50%, but the top marginalized tax rate was 90%, $400,000. Above that number, every dollar taxed at 90%. Still plenty of rich people, still plenty of billionaires, still plenty of soon-to-be trillionaires. It's just the appetite from the right who won't do it, and not enough pressure from the left to make it happen. So here's the revolution, right? Reminding people exactly what's at stake here. Because there are people in red states, don't forget, most of the states in our country that are driven by blue states' economy to pick up for their budget deficits are red. Most red states have the majority of recipients on federal subsidies, like food stamps, like Medicare, like Medicaid, like welfare in general, are red states. Those people in those states would benefit from not just taxing the rich more, but just getting the rich to pay what they already owe. And here we are. So here's capitalism, right? And the socialism is what comes in on the tail end of capitalism to say these promises that capitalism made for you, that money would circulate, that all your cares will be taken care of. You've got all these advantages if you just work hard. No, it doesn't matter how hard you work. People who have liberal jobs, I worked 4 jobs simultaneously to pay my way through college and go to college. I slept like an hour a night for 3 years. And that's just me. But so many people have those experiences. Small business owners, just bust their ass every single day. And it's just, we have the system here that does not support the American people. And again, I go back to the Luigi situation, right? Do we think that there was a circumstance where that I thought maybe that was going to be the match? And it may still be that people will wake up and realize that this is a class war. It's top versus bottom, not right versus left, sadly. But I don't know. But the revolution and the resistance is everywhere if you know where to look. You just got to get involved. You got to call this shit out, which then goes back to the vote yesterday in Congress, right? Where Jared Golden, the lone Democrat who voted to support the funding. And we know that the leverage that the Trump administration will get. This will be a huge legislative win if they can get this across the finish line. It's up to Democrats, because if Democrats don't vote, they can't, and the government shuts down. It's that simple. Senate Democrats. I have no faith in Chuck Schumer whatsoever. I think Chuck Schumer is an old school Democrat who believes in bipartisanship, who believes in not rustling feathers. I have no faith in him whatsoever. Still, it's going to take 7 Democratic senators to vote for this. I don't know. I was 50-50 as to whether or not the funding bill from the House yesterday was going to pass. I was 50-50. But I just don't have any faith in Chuck. So we'll have to see how it goes. But, again, here we are. Here we are in a system that is going to advantage people who are already advantaged. You can just look at the spending bill. More money for the defense, the defense industry, the military industrial complex. More money tacked on to the deficit because of tax cuts. More advantages for corporations, because corporations ultimately, it did pass, yes. More money for corporations because ultimately they're the ones that are going to be benefiting from tariffs, right? Because they're going to get their money one way or another, right? More benefits in every possible scenario to advantage the wealthy. There's no other way to really say it than just that. Our system, again, built by white people for white people to advantage white people, are the overall recipient, are the primary beneficiaries. I hate saying it every single day, but it's just the reality. And until people start to truly accept that, as soon as we start to see white men in America, yes, I'm talking to you, privileged white men in America, you're the problem. I'm the problem. I know many friends of the show who will join us, who will probably come in later today, and they're also white men, and I would ask them that same question, and I guarantee you they would say, yeah, I'm the fucking problem. No doubt about it. I say that because we are the ones that have the power of our privilege to say enough is enough. Enough is enough. Whether it be the locker room talk nonsense, whether it be the horrible things that we say about women, whether it be the horrible things that we say about marginalized communities in general, right? We have the power to push back in every single one of those examples, because primarily the fuel for that hate comes from white men. Similarly, economically, people who are disadvantaged in rural America, who are primarily white men who complain about the system, are the ones that are getting fucked by the system the most, because they are the ones that believe that is the best way to move forward. They're afraid of things like socialism when they already benefit from social programs. They're afraid of immigrants. It's not immigrants taking their job. It's federal employees getting fired by the Trump administration because they think we're too top heavy, right? They're afraid of public education. Meanwhile, they're well below the national average for education, and the new Secretary of Education is already going to cut 50% of the Department of Education staff. White people, wake the fuck up. White men, really wake the fuck up. All right. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. I appreciate you. Let me just check in over here real quick. Looking for new members and new subscribers. Please consider subscribing at FactsStillMatter.site. I appreciate you very much. All right, let's talk about Tesla. Hang on a second. So, since December, Tesla's stock has dropped by 50%. It's really not a surprise to people, right? I think that, Elon Musk has hitched his wagon to the Trump administration, no doubt about it, and he's going to have to ride that out. So the stock has plummeted 50%, and a lot of the investors have sort of pushed back, right? Saying that this is crazy. I don't want to be connected to this nonsense. Live restricted. Okay, whatever. Might have to restart, but let's hang in there. So they did this. I don't know what else you call it other than like a press event and a Tesla ad. out in front of the White House yesterday. So Trump buys a Tesla, basically, to help Elon. And the stock recovered a little bit yesterday. I think I have the picture. Did I save it? Somebody captured this picture that was in Trump's hands so he could have the notes specifically on Tesla, right? So he couldn't just riff like he always does. But look at the prices of some of those cars, right? $60,000 being the lowest price, right? They can be purchased for as low as $299 a month. Well, we know that that's not the case. But just look at the prices of some of those cars. I mean, it's crazy. That's a bigger issue, right? So that whole event was just really disturbing. That you have the president of the United States hucking cars on the lawn of the White House. And don't forget, executive orders or tweets or truths or whatever it might be about anybody who goes after a Tesla dealership is going to be thrown in jail. So what the fuck is that? Like, I mean, so if somebody was unhappy with their Ford and somebody threw a Molotov through the window of a Ford dealership, that's okay. But we can't do it when it comes to Tesla? It's so strange. Okay, so Trump buys a Tesla to help struggling, this is the headline. Trump buys a Tesla to help struggling billionaire Elon Musk. Let me read this first. Despite suggesting on Truth Social this past weekend that he'd like Americans to shut up about the price of eggs, yes, he did say that. Charlie Kirk posted something like that, and then Trump retruthed it. Donald Trump is actually very concerned about Americans' economic problems, or at least the plight of one specific South African-born Canadian-American businessman. U.S. stock market cratered on Monday amid concerns about both the impact of Trump's chaotic trade war and the president refusing to rule out a recession this year. Trump has yet to say anything to allay those concerns. In fact, he announced additional tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum just yesterday. But the president did offer his support to Elon Musk after shares in Tesla, his electric car company, dropped by more than 15% alone on Monday. So Americans are struggling. Prices have not fallen. Stock market is crashing. Trillions of dollars have been lost in the last month, and he's out pumping up a billionaire, the world's richest man. Tesla shares have plunged more than 50% from a mid-December peak as the Doge chief's political antics impacted the brand. Tesla sales have been falling in the U.S. and Europe, including a 76% decline in Tesla sales in Germany, where Musk has endorsed the far-right political party AfD. In recent weeks, acts of vandalism have been reported against Tesla vehicles, dealerships, and charging stations, and there have been protests against Musk's drastic cuts to the federal government at Tesla dealerships across the country. So early on Tuesday, Trump tried to do his part by claiming, quote, "I'm going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow," and as a show of confidence and support for Elon Musk. The guy who is taking a chainsaw to federal programs, right? The guy who is taking a chainsaw to federal employees, foreign aid, humanitarian aid. We know he calls Social Security a Ponzi scheme. We know he wants to eliminate Medicaid because he feels like it's unjust, lying to the American people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What you got, buddy? Hold on. Nice. Okay. That's Elon, right? He is the one that's expected to identify government efficiency, right? And his companies are just floundering. Rockets are blowing up. Starlink contracts are being questioned for ethics. Tesla stocks drop 50%, right? But he's the guy. He's the guy that's in charge. Cool. Trump promoted the company outside the White House yesterday, posing with Musk, his son, and a line of Tesla vehicles. Quote, I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets. Number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life to doing this, and I think he has been treated, wait for it, unfairly. Yeah, those billionaires getting treated unfairly. Say it with me now. Aw. Aw. Poor billionaires. Aw. Aw. Tears in the chat for the billionaires. Aw. Aw. I'm so sorry Elon's being treated so unfairly. Aw. Hours before Trump posted his initial Tesla endorsement, Sean Hannity announced, while chatting with Lara Trump, first daughter-in-law and Fox News anchor, that he too will buy a Tesla to help out poor Elon. Maybe it's just a gesture on my part, and I like new technology, but it's just a way of saying, look what they're doing to this guy, the host explained. To be clear, Musk is not literally poor in any way. He remains the world's richest man, though his net worth has dropped by, ladies and gentlemen, his net worth has dropped by $132 billion in this calendar year, or more than 30% as of yesterday. His net worth has dropped by $132 billion. But Americans should still take heed of Trump's Truth Social post, if not for their concerns for Musk billions, then for the president's complaint that, quote, radical left lunatics are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla. Declining to buy a Tesla isn't currently against the law, but you might want to adjust your finances just in case that changes. A new Cybertruck costs around $80,000. So between that, skyrocketing egg prices, and the potential recession, you better start saving. Right? So, what did we learn? We learned that Elon Musk bought the presidency with roughly $300 million in ads, and a lot of those ads were specifically anti-trans ads. His companies are floundering. He has lost $132 billion in his own worth, roughly 30%. His rockets are blowing up. His poll numbers are in the low 30s to upper 20% favorability, depending on where you are. He is being called out by cabinet members, right and left. Trump has had to kind of step in and say, hey, the cabinet is in charge, not you. He has lied to the American people about condoms for Gaza. He's lied to the American people about Social Security and saying that people that are 150, 200, 250 years old are getting benefits. And now we're supposed to feel sorry for him because people are picking on him. Aw. Aw.
I'm so sorry. Elon's getting picked on by everybody. The radical left lunatics, the crazy leftists, the people who are just big meanie pants because they can't afford a $100,000 car. So instead, Sean Hannity and Donald Trump have to bail him out by doing a car ad on the front lawn of the White House. Poor Elon. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Well, Americans can't pay their bills, and the price of everything is going up, and the stock market is crashing, and people are losing their homes, and people are gonna get kicked off Medicaid, and Social Security will be stolen from us. Elon's wealth dropped by $132 billion. What are we gonna do? I
It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. We're expected to just, like, what? I don't know. All right. So this is the whole shut up about the eggs thing, right? We have said numerous times that the gaslight from the Trump administration, right? Exactly. Thoughts and prayers. Hold on.
Thoughts and prayers, Elon. Thoughts and prayers. We're all pulling for you. We know it's going to be hard with only $500 billion. How are you going to make ends meet? What's a billionaire to do? Thoughts and tariffs, Elon. Thoughts and prayers, Elon. We're so sorry this has happened to you. We're so sorry that you make $80,000 trash cans on wheels. We're so sorry that your cars are exploding. We're so sorry that your cars can't get out of a parking spot in the winter. We're so sorry that people are boycotting your stuff. We're so sorry that you have to do a Roman salute to get attention. We are so sorry. We're so sorry.
Okay, so the high cost of living was one of the many reasons that Trump was elected to the presidency. We know this, right? Trump himself said in a December interview with NBC News, "I won on groceries," explaining, when you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price over a short period of time, and I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices down. Okay, Trump didn't just promise to implement policies that would gradually ease economic concerns. Throughout 2024, he said that if America voted for him, prices would fall rapidly. Quote, "When I win, I will immediately bring prices down, starting on day one," Trump declared in August, underscoring his point by standing between tables filled with unrefrigerated milk, meat, and other groceries. 7 weeks into the second Trump administration, grocery prices haven't gone down. So Trump is trying a new strategy, urging Americans to quit complaining and trust that he'll eventually make them, quote, so rich. Saturday on Truth Social, Trump shared a Daily Caller article that said, "Shut up about the eggs. Trump is saving consumers millions." Charlie Kirk originally posted it, and then Trump retruthed it. In the piece, Charlie Kirk claimed that Trump bears zero responsibility for the high price of eggs. That, of course, is all Joe Biden's fault. Then Kirk argued that Trump will be saving consumers millions, even if that isn't happening. Listing off various Trump economic proposals, many of these policies have yet to be implemented, but Kirk said struggling Americans just need to be patient.
Charlie Kirk said that we have to be patient, so I can't throw spaghetti against the wall. I can't stomp my feet in the corner. I can't throw a temper tantrum on the middle of the floor. I just have to be patient. Okay.
Reversing 4 years of economic malpractice will take time to reverse, says Kirk, but the building blocks of America's next great low inflation, high wage growth boom have already been laid, and soon enough, so too will the eggs. The Kirk article is actually 3 weeks old, and egg prices are still very high, up 48%. While the average cost of a dozen eggs dropped about $1 in the past month, the USDA still predicts egg prices will go up by a cumulative 45% this year. Americans' economic woes go far beyond eggs. There are concerns that Trump's trade war will raise the cost of everything, from food to cars to gasoline. We're already seeing it. In recent weeks, Trump rolled out his long-awaited tariffs against Canada and Mexico, partly suspended them, then said they were back on, then he increased them again, then he pulled out lumber, then he added steel and aluminum, blah, 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 blah. Markets tumbled in response, raising fears that Trump's chaotic economic moves could spark a recession. In an interview that aired Sunday with Maria Bartiromo, she asked Trump directly if we should expect a recession this year. He declined to rule out that possibility. Quote, I hate to predict these things. Well, this is what he said.
Stay on the economy for a moment, because there are rising worries about a slowdown. You've got the Atlanta Federal Reserve saying we're going to have a contraction in the first quarter. Look, I know that you inherited a mess, and you said that the other night.
I've only been here,
but are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition, because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time. But I think it should be great for us. I mean, I think it should be great. It's going to be great ultimately for the farmer. You know, don't forget, I made the deal with China on a farmers where they had to buy $50 billion worth of product. $50 billion.
Right.
From 15 to 50.
Did they
and it was
follow
great.
up and do it?
They did it when I was president. What happened is when Biden was president, they didn't buy any longer. Yeah, because there was nobody to call them. I used to call President Xi. I said, you got to do me a favor. You got to, you know, live up to that agreement. And he was great. He did.
So, I don't know even where to start with that. So it's like we went through this exercise yesterday, right? We talked about how, you know, historically over the last 40 plus years, Republican policies, taxes, tax cuts for the rich, deregulation, led directly to multiple recessions, right? So we get 12 years of Reaganomics, which was 8 years of Reagan, 4 years of Bush Sr. That's when we really started to see the cuts in the corporate tax rate, right? And in the individual, the top marginalized tax rate. Again, coming off, we talked about this earlier, coming off the boom of the 50s, 60s, and 70s into the 80s, right? Corporations were like, you know, Ron, we really helped you get elected. We, along with the Heritage Foundation and Christian nationalists, helped you get elected. So as a favor, Gipper, well, I guess I can lower your taxes because mother told me I could. Anyway, that's when you started to see the real chopping, large chunks of the corporate tax rate dropping and the top marginalized tax rate dropping. So we started to see the wealth gap really exponentially increase starting then. And then it's gone up, you know, pretty steadily, and then it spiked in the last 10 years. The whole promise of trickle-down economics, right? So you get tax cuts for the rich, you get deregulation, which led to Clinton having to balance the budget. Not only did he balance the budget, but he gave us a budget surplus. The reason he did that, the reason he was able to do that, is because he handed out tax cuts to the middle class and then reinvested in America. Yeah, the dot-com boom had a lot to do with the economy, absolutely. But he put regulations on corporations so they couldn't continue to rip us off. He put regulations on the banking industry so they couldn't continue to rip us off. W comes in, puts us in two wars, deregulates the shit out of everything, passes more corporate tax cuts, we get the recession. Obama comes in, has to bail us out from all of that. We talked about this briefly yesterday. You know, I wish we didn't have to bail out the banks, but I understand why we did, because the entire economy would have just crumbled, not just the U.S. economy, but the world economy. This was all based on deregulating the housing industry so you could have predatory loans, deregulating the banking industry for the same reasons. It was really the birth of the Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau, because that agency became prominent because they were there to protect consumers against this kind of fraud, which, by the way, was one of the agencies that Elon Musk wanted to cut. And as a reminder, the CFPB's budget annually is around $800 million. They recovered $21 billion for consumers. Pretty good investment. Anyway, so we go through Obama. Obama hands Trump a booming economy, 50 straight months of growth, low unemployment, stock market doing really, really well, positive growth on the GDP quarter after quarter. Trump comes in. What's he do? TCJA, more deregulation, turning back the clock on the progress that Obama's made, and we can see literally the decline in GDP before COVID hit. And we know from what the data tells us that we were heading towards at a minimum, a manufacturing recession. COVID hits, saves him, economy's in shambles. Biden comes in, bails out Trump, hands the keys to him again with another positive economy, and he's complaining about it now. Trump is complaining about it. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is why the Democrats suck at messaging, right? So here we are. We know that the stock market, you can put a pin in when Trump started talking about his tariffs and the deadlines, and it's at that moment we saw the stock market start to tumble. Economists, I kept wanting to say economists pointing to the volatility of the trade, the tariff fight, to why we're seeing the stock market being so volatile. Similarly, corporations having to buy in products, knowing that the prices are going to go up, consumers are going to feel that. It's got nothing to do with Biden. This is all Trump. And the right won't accept it, which is why there was legislation passed last night secretly. They did this vote-a-rama on a House floor after they passed the continuing resolution to basically keep members of Congress from voting for these tariffs. They want to protect their base. They don't want legislation to come to the floor so to determine whether or not these tariffs are illegal or violating the treaty, because they are. So it's something that they kind of did off camera, so to speak. So here we are, right? Here we are once again. He's going to attempt to blame everybody but himself. Literally, everybody but himself. Let's go back to this audio that we played a little bit earlier, because it's just another reminder of what exactly that we're talking about. All right, here we go. Hold on.
Harris wins this election, you will quickly have a Kamala economic crash. You're going to have a crash. If we lose, you're going to have a crash like you wouldn't believe. Many people say that the only reason the stock market is up is because people think I am going to win. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. If we don't win the next election, the stock market will crash.
Dang.
Okay, so there's that, and then
You say something in the book that
hold on.
blew my.
And there's that, and then listen again to what he said in the interview with. So, if Kamala wins, the stock market's going to crash. So Kamala didn't win, the stock market's crashing, and then listen to what he has to say in this interview. Okay. Sorry.
Stay on the economy for a moment, because there are rising worries about a slowdown. You've got the Atlanta Federal Reserve saying we're going to have a contraction in the first quarter. Look, I know that you inherited a mess, and you said that the other night.
I've only been here,
but
for a
are
while.
you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition
Ooh.
because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing.
So there you go, right? On the campaign trail, telling his voters that if you vote for Kamala, the stock market is going to crash. In fact, earlier, when the stock market was breaking records last fall, 45,000 in some case, breaking records almost daily, his argument was, well, it's because Wall Street expects me to win, and that's why they're investing. You won, and the stock market is crashing, and he's attempting to spin it. So it's a fucking mess either way. I'm going to bring up Eve real quick. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing, because if you don't, she will scold you. Hi, friend. Thank you. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Hey, hey, y'all. You know I'm here to remind everyone to please support. I'm here to remind everyone to please support our fabulous hostess with the mostest. He's our modest media mediator, as well as the mayor of Maple Manor. He's here every day with that fiery, feral fist for freedom, bringing us facts over feelings, because facts still matter, and they always will. So, if you have the means, let's help Fax meet his gift goal. You can find the pay apps on the link tree of his bio, as well as the Fax HQ and Discord link. You can reach the HQ news and media, live sources that are referenced here on this show, as well as community resources for veterans, LGBTQIA plus community, and more. You can view and purchase merch, and if you're a sub, it's one of our perks. If you aren't a sub, why? Especially if you're going to place an order, you might as well sign up and get that discount. It literally pays for itself. Plus, there's no better time to join. It's $3 a month or a discount for annual subscriptions. So it's a hell of a deal. And if you're a subscriber between now up until St. Patrick's Day, you will be entered in the Luck of the Irish raffle. It's a perk for our active Facts HQ members. Your name's going to be entered into a chance to win an item from the merch store of your Cards Against Humanity game night towards the end of the month. There's going to be some prizes with that as well. So stay tuned. There's more to come. The mutual aid channel of Discord has a few folks looking for some help. If you can spare a few dollars, please do so. No amount is too small. It all adds up. And speaking of Discord, if you're just looking for that fun, free forum for the Fax family to frolic, then Discord is the place. It is our premier social hub with some new emojis and if the link in the link tree doesn't work, try to copy and paste it into a browser. If that doesn't work, then reach out to a moderator and we'll hook you up. Now, when you join Discord, you need to open a ticket and get your account verified. We work really hard to maintain that as a safe space for our community. And there's only a couple of questions to answer in that ticket, but it is necessary in order to get access to the whole server. Now, if you haven't already, please click that follow or heart me up at the top of the screen next to Fax's name. You can join the team for the cost of a penny. You can do this every day, and it helps keep us relevant and on the FYP. As I mentioned, there is a gift goal, and we'd love to reach it, but if you can't donate, no worries. All we ask is that you interact in the comments as well as tapping your little hearts out. It's always free to tap and share out the live. If you don't have any friends, just click the copy link. It works the same as a share, and no one will be the wiser.
No
Plus,
friends.
our chat is a great place to meet some pretty positive people. So make a new friend today. After this live, when you have a chance, head on over to YouTube and subscribe to Facts Still Matter over there. Like a video too, if you can. You can rewatch shows for any missed information, and subscriptions on YouTube are free, just like following your favorite creators here on TikTok. So, with that, I'll just say be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Thank you, Eve, as always. I appreciate you, friend. Are you ready? All right. Lots there. Lots of ways that you can engage and support what we do here. Our community is about supporting everybody else as much as we can. So if you want to be part of that fun, festive, facts-filled family, then you know what to do. All right. A few other things that we should talk about. Obviously, we mentioned earlier that the ceasefire is now in Russia's hands, which I think it's political gamesmanship, quite frankly, from the Ukrainians to say, listen, there's been talk that we're the ones that don't want to settle this, that we're the ones that don't want to end the war. Of course they are. They're the ones that were invaded. And we know that Trump has not necessarily been a big fan of NATO. Do you guys remember when we did a live last week dedicated to why I believe that Donald Trump is a Russian asset? And there's some coincidences, we'll say, based on certain things that he's done, including a trip to Moscow, and then days later putting out a big anti-NATO letter, and then numerous other things in regards to talking about NATO. So this was just from a couple of days ago about his, again, more claims about his belief about NATO. So we just listen and we'll talk about it.
Here's a question. Are you going to make that policy, U.S. policy, that the U.S. wouldn't defend NATO countries that don't pay?
Well, I think it's common sense, right? If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend them. No, I'm not going to defend them. I got into a lot of heat when I said that. You said, oh, he's violating NATO. And you know, the biggest problem I have with NATO, I really, I mean, I know the guys very well. They're friends of mine.
The guys.
But if the United States was in trouble and we called them, we said, we got a problem, France, we got a problem, a couple of others I won't mention. Do you think they're going to come and protect us? They're supposed to. I'm not so sure. With Japan, we have a deal, which is a very interesting one. And I love Japan. We have a great relationship with Japan, but we have an interesting deal with Japan that we have to protect them, but they don't have to protect us. You know that? That's the way the deal reads. We have to protect Japan. And by the way, they make a fortune with us economically. There's another case. But we have to protect Japan, but under no circumstances do they have to protect us. I actually asked, who makes these deals? Yeah, Peter?
Well, so why stay in NATO at all?
I view NATO as potentially good, but you gotta get some good thinking in NATO. It's very unfair what's been happening. Until I came along, we were paying close to 100% of NATO. So think of it. We're paying 100% of their military, and they're screwing us on trade.
And when Zelensky inevitably comes back to the White House, what do you expect from him? And do you think you'll see him in a necktie?
Well, I think what's going to happen is Ukraine wants to make a deal because I don't think they have a choice. I also think that Russia wants to make a deal because in a certain different way, that only I know.
Oh, only he knows.
Only I know. They have no choice either.
Okay. What do we learn from that nonsense? First of all, a couple things. And I know because our chat is incredibly smart, the smartest chat there is in TikTok. We all know that Article 5, which is the guideline in the NATO treaty, that if you are a member of NATO and any NATO country is attacked, all other NATO countries come to the aid. Article 5 only been enacted one time only, and that's when we were attacked for 9/11. And NATO countries rallied immediately, right? So they absolutely did come to our aid, and they would again. The question is if the U.S. would respond, right? And then for him to say that we paid 100% of NATO, I don't even know what the fuck he's referring to, because that's an absolute lie. We pay roughly 2.3%. There's other countries that contribute more. Poland, Estonia, those countries that are right on the border with Russia, would make sense that they would contribute more. So I don't know what the fuck he is talking about. Like, seriously, what is he even talking about? And then this whole thing about Japan. He's mentioned this before, so I kind of did a little bit of digging because I was curious as to what it was that he's talking about. Trump criticizes the security treaty with Japan as unequal. Okay, so what is he talking about? U.S. President Trump last week criticized U.S.-Japan security treaty, as we just talked about, highlighting the fact, in his case, that the U.S. is obliged to defend Japan under the agreement, but Japan does not offer the same security guarantees in return, even as Tokyo benefits from the trade relationship. Quote, we have a great relationship with Japan, but we have an interesting deal with Japan that we have to protect them, but they don't have to protect us. And by the way, they make a fortune with us economically. I actually asked, who makes these deals? Trump's displeasure with the treaty is likely to stoke fears in Japan that he will eventually set his sights on extracting a new security or trade deal from Tokyo, which has so far managed to avoid becoming a focus of his dissatisfaction since he took office for the second time in January. The country's trade surplus against the U.S. is likely to remain a source of irritation for the U.S. president. The comments echo similar complaints made by Trump during his first term. He said that he is said to have mused about withdrawing from the treaty with Japan, giving the perceived imbalance. Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba countered the claim in Parliament Friday by saying that Japan bears the burden of providing bases to the U.S. Our relationship is not just one where U.S. unilaterally protects Japan and Japan is unilaterally protected by the U.S. Ishiba added that if it was important to explain how much Japan, with its economy and pro-American sentiment, has contributed to U.S. global strategy. Exactly. Japan's top government spokesperson, Yoshimasa Hayashi, also stressed the importance of longstanding Japan-U.S. alliances. Japan agreed to have U.S. bases scattered throughout their country. I think Obi's been there. I think Obi was stationed there, if I heard you say that one time, at one point. Maybe not. I could be wrong about that. But that's part of the deal, right? So Japan says, okay, we'll let you have bases here if you offer us protection. Mano y mano. That's a simpatico relationship, right? Thank you, Obi. That's a simpatico relationship. So how the fuck does he get off, again, sitting in the Oval Office? Thank you, Tony. Sitting in the Oval Office, right? Lying to the American people about NATO again and again and again and again. Who does that benefit, friends? When the American president tells lies about NATO, who does that benefit, chat? Since you are the smartest chat on TikTok, who does it benefit? Who does Donald Trump, the American president, lying about NATO? Thank you, Royal Witch. Yes. Russia. Of course it's Russia. And then to make these ridiculous claims about this treaty with Japan. Japan could say, you know what? We don't want your bases here anymore. Get the hell out. They won't, because it's economically advantageous to them as well. But to say that, my God, to say that we provided 100% of NATO, what the fuck is that even based on? Like, what even is it? I don't even know. I tried to find something that, because oftentimes when he says things, there's something in there that he's focused on. Like, I don't know always what it is, but sometimes I can interpret what he's trying to talk about. I have no clue what he's talking about. NATO doctrine suggests 2% target of GDP in support, right? You allocate 2% of your defense spending as it relates to your GDP in support of the NATO alliance, right? So it's crazy that it's not crazy. We have the utmost confidence that the U.S. will use all its capabilities, including its nuclear capabilities, to fulfill its obligations under the Japan-U.S. Security Treaty. Hayashi also touched on a separate law that interprets Japan's self-defense rules to be applied to collective self-defense, saying it, quote, has enabled Japan and the U.S. to seamlessly assist each other in any situation in order to protect Japan. First signed in 1951 and revised in 1960, the Security Treaty grants the U.S. the right to base military forces in Japan in exchange for the promise that America will defend the territories Tokyo controls if they come under attack. This treaty was signed as part of the U.S. strategic interest in maintaining a foothold against the communist bloc in Asia during the Cold War, and has remained in place as the region's security becomes increasingly tense with China's military ambitions and the threat of a nuclear-armed North Korea. So, there's the treaty. That's the deal right there. That's part of what we've been operating under for 60 years now. No big whoop. It's part of the deal. He doesn't like the trade imbalance? Okay. Well, you continue to punish the North American auto industry. Guess who's going to be there to pick up the pieces? That would be Japan. Oh yeah. They're ready to strike. So be careful what you wish for there, big guy. Be careful what you wish for. It's crazy. But we tolerate it, sadly. Too many of us, 77 million people, in fact, tolerate that behavior. It's weird. You there, Rusty? You might have timed out, brother. You can request again if you want to. All right. Alibi. Excuse me. Alibi, how are you this morning?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about doing a Stephen Colbert type TikTok where I call it Facts Don't Matter.
Yeah.
And just play the role of a Republican magite. Have people call in and just vent.
Yeah,
Because if
well, I mean, we know all their talking points, that's for sure.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be
Yeah.
it could be a good comedy. Um, the things that are going on in the world with these tariffs. So today, are the tariffs still on, or are they getting taken off again? I'm not sure.
It's hard to keep track. I know the latest was an increase of 50% for steel and aluminum, which is going to be crippling for the U.S. housing industry. You're going to see, which is in the stock market has responded. I want to check the stock market as it sits right now. Um, let's see. It's up since the opening bell. It's up about 134 points, but the same thing happened yesterday until it cratered again.
So I heard that Canada was retaliating with not giving us diesel fuel that we would need to for shipping purposes.
Yeah, and then electricity in northern states.
Is that real?
Mhm.
Man,
Yep.
what are they going to say if that all occurs? How are they going to justify that?
How is who MAGA? How are MAGA going to justify
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
But they will whatever Trump tells them to think, they will think it.
So it's full cult. It doesn't matter anymore what he says or does.
It's been full cult for 10 years, but yeah,
Yeah.
they'll figure
Okay.
out a way. They'll blame Canada. They'll say Canada wants to punish American citizens because of they're harboring radical leftists, or they are now the headquarters for the cartel. They are sending down their worst Canucks to harm our citizens. They'll come up with something.
Okay. Well, I know there's a lot of really smart liberals that come on this site. What is a way that we can, besides just calling, our congressman, what can we do to fight against this?
Well, again, what's required right now is activism, and I say this every single day. It's a matter of doing something. So it doesn't
Right.
necessarily have to be in the political space, but there are communities and American citizens who are under threat. Right? There are people who will be harmed. Women, members of marginalized groups, the trans community, the BIPOC community, the infirmed, the elderly, the disabled, based on not just based on hyperbolic rhetoric, but based on legislation and language that we see in executive orders.
How
So
about
something you can do would be to go to, oh, I don't know, go to a Planned Parenthood location and stand out in front and defend people who want to have access to reproductive health care, or go to a Pride event, or go to a rally, or go to a protest, make a sign, call your members of Congress. We have to do, the whole point is doing something. I say this a lot. Activism is a muscle, and you got to exercise it.
Well, I'm hoping that I remember this February 28th thing where everyone was trying not to buy from the big box stores, trying not to use credit cards. I think that's actually a good strategy because the numbers to me play out like this. If the average expense is around $50 if you go to Walmart or wherever, or Amazon, and you get 10 million people to do that, that's $500 million in one day.
Agreed.
Do that for 4 days, you might get their attention,
Yeah, yeah. Even if it was just like some of the big box stores, like Walmart, and then like Amazon. If you could just not purchase there. Now, again, it's everybody's got to make their own decisions, which protects their own family, right? As a privileged white guy in America,
Yeah.
I'm certainly lower middle class, but as a privileged white guy in America, I'm speaking this with my privilege in mind, right?
Right.
Not everybody is in a position to be able to protest places like that, and
Well,
I respect that. But I guess do what you can do in that regard.
When
Buy
I'm
local, support a small business.
Now, I already believe that, but I know in certain circumstances, like maybe you have to get your prescription from Walmart, or you can buy something a lot cheaper on Amazon, which is often the case. But a very, the strategy is to do all these days together in a row, not to just go, let's not do it at all, because that's just going to make people think, well, I can't afford to do that. But they could do it a few days in a row. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a better strategy.
I do.
So I didn't hear anything as far as on February 28th, if it had any effect. But I imagine those are difficult numbers to calculate, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure, we won't know until we get some Bureau of Labor and Economic reporting that comes out from the Treasury. But listen, I mean, all these see, here's the thing is that the corporate oligarch class doesn't believe that the Americans will stand up like that, because we as a nation are entitled. We do not like to be inconvenienced. We do not like to not be able to call up Uber Eats or Instacart. We tend to be apathetic and lazy, and that's a general statement, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to be inconvenienced. And
Right.
corporations like the Amazons, like the Walmarts of the world, will lean in on that, saying, "Oh, there's a big talk about boycotting, but they won't. Even if 1%, no big deal." Well, if that 1% becomes 5%, or if that 5% becomes 10%, then it starts to make an impact. Because how do you get a billionaire's attention? You go after their fucking money,
Yeah.
right?
That's what I'm
So
doing.
yeah. So those are all the things that we can try to do at least. But thanks for jumping in today, Alibi. I
Okay.
appreciate you very
Thank
much.
you.
You have a good day. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tiff, for sending this. I had this as well. So we were just talking about Canada and how they're going to respond, right? We've seen them tell us that they're going to cut off electricity, and I do respect the people in those states. Good luck. I hope March brings warm weather, because I think they should do it. Canada will announce a Canadian $29.8 billion or 20.7 US billions in US dollars in retaliatory tariffs in response to the 25% steel and aluminum tariffs the US President Trump has leveled, a senior Canadian government official said this morning. The official spoke on condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to speak before the announcement. The European Union on Wednesday also announced retaliatory trade actions with new duties on U.S. industrial and farm products, responding within hours to the Trump administration's increase in tariffs and on all steel and aluminum imports to 25%. Canada is the largest foreign supplier of steel and aluminum to the U.S. So Canada's not fucking around. They're not. You're going to see the market react to this, right? It's going to react again. The market's probably going to fall again today, right? So much like I just said about how corporations do not think the Americans have the courage enough to stand up to these things, meaning that they'll like, you know what, I don't want to spend any money on Amazon or Walmart, but I'm going to, because it's easy and the Walmart's 5 minutes down the road, or I can make an Instacart order, or I can renew my subscription on Prime, right? Everybody says, what can you do? So I don't have a Prime subscription. We created the wish list for this cause just because it allows more people to contribute, and I support it in this case. But as soon as we fulfill Link's presence, again, the wish list that's in my link tree, as soon as we fulfill that, we're going to take it down, right? It's the daily shopping, right? It's simply put, do you have the guts? Do you have the guts to take your money out of the banks? Do you have the guts to not use your credit cards? Do you have the guts to make changes in your life that would require you to become inconvenienced? Do you have the guts and the ways and the means to buy locally, right? Do you have the guts? Because that's what it's going to take. And it doesn't have to take all of us. It just needs to take a lot of us, right? I know a lot of people, so maybe you're asking yourself this, if you're watching this today, and I'm asking you that question, do you have the guts? You may not, right? You may not have the guts. And I get it, but at some point, it's going to take something like that, right? Hi, Heather.
Good morning. I just wanted to add on to what you were saying. Absolutely. You can absolutely cancel your Amazon. It is really not that hard. As soon as I canceled mine, I think I did it back in like December, because we did order a few Christmas presents from Amazon back then, but we just paid for shipping because we canceled the membership, and I have not used it since December. And my life has almost just been better because I'm not spending money on things I don't need. So that's number one. Number two is I understand that we do have grocery store deserts, and so it's not always like capable for people to not shop at Walmart.
I get that. Absolutely.
What you can do is you can look up the products that you're buying at Walmart to make sure that you're buying brands that don't support like certain things. You know, like you can avoid buying Coke. You could buy Pepsi instead. Like there's things you could do it like that. And then Target, you know, just don't shop at Target. If you're going to do Walmart because you don't have a choice, then do Walmart, but not Target. There's ways to do it without, like, what's the word I'm looking for? There's ways to do it in a way that you can still survive.
Yeah. We have to be, so I think is a great opportunity, just reminded that we all have to be informed consumers, right? So whether it be, you know, I don't know how many people operate off a budget. I do the best I can as a small business owner. I kind of have to, right? So I think if we're just responsible consumers, like, do you need to buy that? Just ask yourself, because again, why, if we're in a position to not feed the beast, then don't.
Right, exactly. And I saw someone comment that Amazon is not a survival tool, and that's exactly right. It's absolutely not. You do not need Amazon.
Exactly. It's a convenience tool.
I do understand that there are some people who take care of their elderly parents and need certain items from Amazon that you can't get like at a CVS or a Walgreens. Right. But again, you don't have to have a membership to purchase from Amazon if you do need those things for whatever reason, like a certain medication dispenser or whatever. You can just purchase that one thing for that one time and then not do it again. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, it's not as hard as people make it out to be. And I think you're absolutely right. It's because we don't like to be inconvenienced. But the thing is they detained somebody for speaking at a peaceful protest. And I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher the guy's name or say it wrong, but he has a green card and he was at a peaceful protest using his First Amendment, and they've detained him. So that is fascism. If you ever heard of fascism, like, I don't understand why people don't get it. So, you know, we're not living in a time where you have the convenience to be convenienced, if that makes sense.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. I mean, I guess it's the line, right? So every single day, people come into this space, and we've tried to be consistent by just reminding people that you just have to do something, right? You just have to do something. And I'm glad you agree, Heather, that it's just because of American entitlement. You know, we just don't want to be inconvenienced for everything. And we all need to start accepting that. We all got to start realizing that if we get a little bit inconvenienced, if we wait in traffic a little bit too long, we can't find a place to park, you know, we don't want to pay the extra fee, you know, we think things are this or that. That's because of our entitlement, because we're told that we should, living in America, we should have the best of everything at our fingertips. We got to change our thinking, right? We have to change our thinking. I see somebody made a comment before, you can't just pull money out of your banks. That's ridiculous. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. There are local credit unions that probably offer better protection. I use a credit union. I've used credit unions for the past 10 years.
That's what I was going to ask about, is if credit unions are going to be okay to use, because I am planning on taking my money out of a bank, out of my bank, but I just didn't know where to put it.
Credit union, local credit unions. Yep.
All right.
They still have protections. They still have insurance. They're still regulated. But they're just small and local. You know, don't get part of the big conglomerate of banking. There's people that are going to just pull their money out and just pay cash when you can.
Yeah.
Don't cancel your credit cards if you can.
Yeah. I don't have a credit card. My husband and I don't have credit cards.
Good for you.
We try to buy local. We shop at Costco. We have a local grocery store that we use all the time. Like, we try to do as much as we can, but I hear a lot of times people saying, like, well, we can't do that. We can't do that. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Saying that you can't, that's just an excuse. You absolutely can. I don't want to hear that you're busy. I'm busy too. I've been traveling back and forth to Columbus for my job. I'm busy too. That doesn't mean that I'm not calling my representatives. That
Correct.
doesn't mean that I'm not shopping locally.
Correct.
I'm busy too. Every single one of us is busy. Everybody has time to take 5 minutes out of their day once a week to call their representatives. Everybody has time to pick a local place to shop at or shop at Costco.
Absolutely.
Sorry, my little rant. It's just
No,
frustrating. I'm frustrated with the excuses because it's the apathy of people like around us, even the people who are on our side. It's the apathy around it. I'm so sick of hearing the excuses. Well, I'm busy. Well, I don't want to be inconvenienced. Well, I don't care because my rights are at stake. And the rights and the people in my job that I absolutely love are at stake. I work with eating disorder clients. I work heavily with the trans community because they're affected at a higher rate. My community is being attacked. Like I'm so over the apathy from people. Get involved. It's not that hard.
Do something, right, Heather?
Yeah.
Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
See you later.
Sorry for being so loud. I just got this.
You don't need to apologize. Believe me. I appreciate you being here. You have a good day, okay?
Thank
All
you.
right.
You too.
See you later. All right, bye. She's right. I mean, let's be real. Again, I always check my privilege. I know I'm a cis white hetero male in America. The only box I can't check is Christian. I have every single privilege afforded to me, and I have been working really hard for the past decade or so to really use my privilege in a positive way to make change. Now, I saw some comments in the chat that people aren't understanding of everybody's situation. I get that. And I think Heather gets that too. Everybody's circumstance is different. We're talking about it from a collective speak perspective, right? As a collective, we have to accept the fact that we have it pretty damn good in our country. Even people who live to their means or below their means still have the conveniences of everything that they need at their fingertip. Instead of getting the brand new upgrade on your phone, don't. Cancel some of your subscriptions. Do you need them? Ask yourself. You don't need them, you want them. Do you have to consistently purchase items that you generally don't use, right? Things like that. There are little things that we all can do. And there's 345 million of us. Corporations, the oligarch class, elected officials won't tell you this out loud, but they are petrified of unity. They do not want the American public to rise up. They don't. They do not want we the people to show up. They do not want we the people to take our money out of banks, to stop spending it at large corporations, to stop accepting 27% interest rates on credit cards. We have the power. Doesn't have to be political. You don't have to run for office. You don't even have to be connected to a campaign. But we can all do something. Every single one of us. Question is, do you have the guts to do it? Good morning, Chelsea. How are you today?
Good morning, Steve. I am hanging in there. How are you?
Same.
I just kind of real quick here, I'm about to head into work. Wanted to point out, so I'm dual citizen living in Canada right now for my own safety and the safety of my family, unfortunately.
Sure.
I received a notice today from the government of Canada with travel advisories for the USA. So that's a thing that's happening. They're warning not to bring personal cell phone devices across the line there because they could be checking them. So maybe just a warning to people when you're going out to protest or you're going out to do those activism things that we all want to be doing. If you have a backup phone with nothing on it, maybe make that your primary phone for doing those things. I love you all. I hope you're all staying safe out there.
Appreciate you saying that, Chelsea. Same to you. Please be safe out there. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, friend.
Bye.
Imagine that. One of our most loyal partners and friends, the nation of Canada, puts travel advisories out to their own citizens to not travel to the U.S. I live 29 miles as the crow flies. Does anybody ever use that expression? Or is that just a New England thing? 29 miles as the crow flies to the Canadian border, right? And the communities that I live near are heavily influenced by Canadian dollars, right? Massive influx of Canadians that come to our little state that does not exist and spend money here. And now there are, travel advisories for Canadian citizens to not come to the U.S. I don't fucking blame them, right? Yeah. So here again, thank you to my team. This was Truth by Donald Trump on May 15th of 2024. We were just talking about what he claims about the stock market. Thank you to Scott Bessent. By the way, Scott Bessent, who he referenced a year ago, Scott Bessent, who is the Secretary of the Treasury, is a George Soros protege. I don't know if you knew that, MAGA, but he is. Anyway, thank you to Scott Bessent, one of the great prognosticators on Wall Street. There are many people that are saying that the only reason the stock market is high is because I am leading in all of the polls. And if I don't win, we'll have a crash of similar proportions to 1929. I agree, but let's hope we don't have to worry about that. He was right about one thing. The stock market has crashed similarly in percentages to 1929, but he's to blame. Funny how that works. Let's check the stock market since this announcement is relatively new regarding Canada responding with $20 billion in tariffs. What does the Dow say? Let's see. Let's refresh. Oh, what do you know? After an early start being up, it is now down 120 points. Again, down 2.5 percentage points, or 1,115 points in the last week, and down just under 3,000 points, or 6.6% in the last month. All that winning. All right. Something else I wanted to share with you. The other day, we talked about how we're trying to find different strategies when it comes to conversations that we might have with opposition. You guys know how I feel about it. If there's somebody that is willing to become informed, I will have that conversation. But as soon as the conversation turns to hateful rhetoric, I'm done. Other people might take different tactics. We talked to Mishi a little bit yesterday. She's still focused on Trump voters. I know Will Westmoreland is focused on rural farmers and trying to flip a lot of those votes. My focus is on voter apathy. My focus is on the 80 million Americans that didn't show up to vote and people who sent in their vote on a whim, like a protest vote. So all those groups together could potentially have influence on the next election. Okay, I know there are some people that claim that there's not going to be an election in 2026. I can't allow myself to believe that yet, because then what's the point? What is the point behind what I'm trying to do with protest voters, or what I'm trying to do with voter apathy to get more people registered? What's the point if that's the case? So I'm not going to allow myself to get there. Anyway, we talked about the bypass technique, where you don't talk at someone, you talk to them and trying to find common ground to try to land on some commonality about how we can agree to move things forward. This is another tactic that I found. This says, I don't know who to credit because I couldn't find this, but I just saw this in an article and I thought it was interesting. I've discovered a new tactic for dealing with Trumpers. Instead of telling them all the evil things that DJT does and says, I simply say, I understand why you're supporting a man whose morals and actions align perfectly with your own. I understand that being like him is something that excites you and makes you feel less insignificant in a world you can't understand. I also understand it's much easier to let someone else think for you and decide where you stand on important issues rather than trying to educate yourself and form your own opinions and thoughts. This method really gets under their skin because they don't like being compared to him, which proves they know how horrible he is. I encourage everyone to try this technique. Let them know we see a little difference between DJT and the ones who enable and encourage him. That's bold, right? That's bold. They're all insults. Exactly right. They are all insults. And they're done in a way where it's like, again, I understand why you're supporting a man whose morals and actions align perfectly with your own. I will have it posted. It's crazy. I don't know if it's, I don't know. It's a tactic that is interesting. I'm always looking for things that I can do that might change the conversation a little bit, but who knows? All right, we have some more guest requests. Francois, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I was listening to the different approaches that you were talking about taking to talk to Trumpers and stuff like that, and I find myself in I feel like a unique position because I grew up in a small town in a rural area where if you were wealthy, you were a farmer, and everybody else was pretty much on the same level financially. Like all the people, white and black people, were poor. And I feel like that kind of person is, I can't speak for all the people, but I know in small towns like Hurlock, Maryland, those people they see the world very differently. They are very low information folks. And sometimes I just get concerned about not all the rhetoric, but sometimes I feel like I don't know how good it is there is a space to insult people who vote the wrong way and really fuck themselves over. But I do think there are some people who are just literally misinformed and need to be re-educated. And I think that's what I try to do on my page is really just try to inform people like, hey, I understand you felt that way, and hear them out. Okay, and I get a lot of Trump people that jump on my channel and want to have these conversations with me and stuff like that. And then oftentimes they walk away, start following me, and we, figure out we agree on a lot of things, but I get to see that Trump was not the solution or was not the way to go to get to that solution. And so I don't know if I think all the methods work in different ways depending on the capacity you have for it. Because some people feel like, you know what, you voted for Trump, fuck you. I don't want to hear what you got to say. And I'm more so like, you voted for Trump. Let's unpack that. Like, why did you do that? So I do think all of the approaches are effective in different ways. And I think ultimately, though, I was having this conversation with my partner last night, who's an attorney here in the city, and he was more so speaking about how, we should focus on the people that stayed home. I think it was like 4 or 5 million people that didn't vote at all, and get them back out. I'm like, well, if we focus solely on the people who didn't vote, who just stayed home, clearly those people were also Democratic voters, apparently, who voted for Biden, who voted for, Obama and whoever else. And he was saying that he feels like it was mostly about race. And that's where I kind of disagree. I don't know that it was all about race. I think there was so many different other issues. And I think that we had to do a both ends approach. But we have to remember, it's not like he lost by 5 million. He won by only 250,000 votes. So who are those people who are the 251,000 that we need to talk to? And I think the people on the margins, that sliver that he won by, that we lost by, I should say, those people aren't necessarily the entire 5 million that stayed home. We have to focus more on those those margins so we can get them to be engaged to come back out next time. And I do think a lot of the conversation around it were economics based. I think there was some missed opportunities around speaking to those immediate needs that people feel on the ground. And I'm not saying we did everything wrong. Obviously, we did. I don't think that Kamala Harris had a bad campaign or anything like that. But I do think there are literally people who are misinformed, who are undereducated, who don't know how the economy works, and just really believe in whatever bumper sticker slogan Republicans are very effective at branding out there. That
Right.
we don't.
I think there's a few things. I think there's a few things to unpack that you said there before I bring up Victoria. So I see a clear. So first of all, let's talk about the Republican base. This is strictly my opinion. I think there's the MAGA loyalists that will vote for him no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are traditional Republican voters that will only vote for the Republican candidate and are not involved in politics. They're
Right.
just conditioned to vote red. I think
Mm-hmm.
there are the people that are grossly misinformed, right? And those people are just following the flock. They could straddle the line between hardcore MAGA and then the traditional Republicans. And then there are people that will benefit from Trump's tax cuts. So there
Right.
are the 1%. There are people that make over $400,000 who will benefit from Trump's tax cuts. I think that's the group. Now, to your point about how I don't think it was about race. There are racists in our country. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, a progressive, or a
Absolutely.
conservative. There are
Agreed.
racists. And there are
Agreed.
misogynists in our countries that whether you're Democrat, Republican, progressive, or conservative
Absolutely.
is irrelevant because those people exist too.
On both
So I
sides.
think
Yeah.
so I think it's a combination of things. The apathy regarding voter activism has always been something that I've argued about. Struggling to get 63% of our population to vote is disgusting and despicable. So my play, and Victoria and I have talked about this. I don't need any conservatives to vote for the candidates that I would align with, because there's
Right.
plenty of people that identify as Democrat, although I don't want to label them anymore. I think we should look at people who want progress and people who want to conserve things the way they are.
Right.
There's plenty of those people. We have to get them motivated. A lot of the protest voters were connected to Israel Palestine. And we know because of their protest vote or not showing up or voting for Jill Stein, we now know that Trump wants to turn Gaza into the Middle Eastern Riviera. So I think multiple things can be true at the same time. Multiple things can be true. Kamala Harris was the most qualified person to ever
Absolutely.
run for the presidency, and it's not even close.
Absolutely.
But we still have racists, we still have bigots, we still have misogynists. Victoria, welcome.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought me up during this topic because I do feel like
You good for a second?
understand.
I'll be right back. You good?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I got you. I get what you're saying, Francois. Like, especially as a rural candidate in a rural district who is like lived in a small town. Let's be very clear. I'm not a native Tennessean. I would be considered a transplant, especially with my accent, especially with my politics. But what I find is these Republicans, when you do meet them where they are and you speak to that, they tend to hear it. But it's that dining room table topics, whatnot.
It
Like
is.
that's what gets them motivated. And that doesn't mean, like, for the progressives and the Democrats and the liberals, when I speak to dining room table topics, when I'm speaking to my constituents, I'm not changing my message. I'm not abandoning my LGBTQAI plus people. I'm not abandoning my Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. I'm just speaking to what they are. And I actually get a lot of pushback about this because I treat it like gentle parenting voters,
Right. Exactly.
where I speak to their emotion. I don't speak to that because, like, what Steve, when I popped on, Steve, you were talking about, like, you were doing the little quote about, yeah, he speaks to your emotion. He speaks to you. The political aspect is like identity. So, like, when I go after someone when they match my energy, I'm gonna tear into them. But that emotion, I try to keep at the front of my, like, thought process as I'm communicating, because they're speaking from a place of fear. They're speaking from a place of concern. They're so emotionally unstable. They are like a toddler mid meltdown, even if they're not screaming. Like, that is the same thing. And they don't like that. They don't like that comparison. But when you're in your emotional brain, everything else shuts off.
It
Everything else.
does.
And the Republican Party capitalizes on that. They capitalize on that emotion. So if I can tell any progressive, Democrat, liberal to do anything, go read the whole brain child and start using that on fucking MAGA, because it does work.
It does
They don't
work.
like it,
I tell
but it
you,
does work.
and why you say I had a thought yesterday when I was on my live. It took me a while to get my footing because people were throwing so many things out there. But the one guy I was speaking to, he was a disabled veteran, Trump supporter, in his 60s or so, and he said he made a statement that would have triggered most of my progressive friends. He said, when I was growing up, I didn't see color. I didn't see black or white. You were just people. Now, the liberal in me, who's been educated, who's been around the, in my progressive bubble, initial would be like, whoa, that's problematic. Don't say that. But I respond, I said, I think I hear what you're saying is because, again, growing up in a small town, the white boys said the N word casually, not with a hard R, but like, like the hip hop version. and
Yeah.
nobody was offended by it. It was, we all were with each other's houses. It was not a big deal. So I said, I think what I hear you saying is that, you don't, everywhere in your environment, black, white, whatever, are on the same level. There's not an income disparity, that type of thing. You don't really see it because these are people you go to school with, you go to church with, that kind of thing. It was like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, okay. I think what it reminds me though of on our end, I feel like progressivism starts to feel more like a religion than a cause. And I think maybe we sometimes have to be careful with like doing purity tests to make sure you believe it exactly the way I believe it, say it exactly the way I think you should say it. Because otherwise, how do you get those people who stayed home to come back out if they don't necessarily align with everything with all of our bullet points? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that our bullet points aren't important, but is there a way to, if you agree with the outcome, if you agree that we should have universal health care, if you agree that we should have equal opportunities for all people, male, female, whatever, if you feel like trans people should have a right to exist and express themselves the way they should, and maybe you don't understand it necessarily, but you don't think there's a problem with them existing, or you don't see a problem with, you don't understand pronouns, but you don't care about whether they exist or not. I don't need you to believe in it. I just need you to understand that it's not bothering you, that type of thing. Does that make sense?
I think I'm picking up what you're laying down, and maybe because I think so. Like, I hear what you're saying. Like, I hear that you're speaking to those progressives, because it's like I'm a pivot a little bit. It's kind of like I'm an ovo-lacto pescatarian. I say vegetarian for most people because it's just easier. But a lot of the time I get pushback because like, oh, you're one of those crazy vegans. And it's maybe that same mentality of like, you should be on my team all the way. And like, I hear what you're saying. And I do agree, because progressives need to understand that we don't have a firm party and it's public transportation.
Right.
I think that's the message that you're looking for. I do believe that we have to be careful, because when we start to placate to moderates and placate to those transphobic, homophobic, racist topics, just going down the list of isms and phobias, that it can alienate those groups and alienate progressives, because we are sitting there saying, I hear you. I think that the thing we need to do here is say, I hear you.
Right.
How does that affect you?
Right.
And maybe pivot that way.
How does that affect you?
I want to push back a little bit, Francois, too, on the whole claim you made about progressivism, right? Because the world looks at us when we, as Americans, claim to be progressive, and they mock us because we don't have universal health care, because we don't have, a viable education, a public education system, things like that. So I think we have to look at the root. We want progress. We want our society to move forward. Absolutely. And I think the left is just as much to blame by squelching the voice of progressives as the right is. The status quo Democrats at the DNC don't want to pull the party left. Gavin Newsom is doing interviews with Steve fucking Bannon and Charlie Kirk, right? So we
that's weird, by the way. That's
I know.
Super weird.
That's kind of my point. That's exactly my point. We kind of have to make a decision in our nation to say, do we want progress, and are we courageous enough to fight for it? Right. We should be demanding universal health care. We should be demanding women's rights, federal protection for women's rights to their bodies. We should be demanding the Equal Rights Amendment be exercised. We should be demanding public education be overfunded. That's progress. I don't see that as cult speak from progressivism, but
that is absolutely.
Progress,
but
right?
There are people in West Virginia, because I was watching the CNN segment where they were talking to a teacher in Appalachia who voted for Trump, and when they were talking about getting rid of the Department of Education, she was like, "Oh my God, I hope he doesn't do that, because we would lose so much funding. Like, there's school lunches that we would lose." Da, da, da. And I'm like, well, lady, like, you didn't hear him say that he was going to do that. And that's easy to say to her. But it's like at the same time, it's like, okay, clearly something in the conversation got lost to where you think that that's not going to be a thing. And I need you to understand that that's absolutely a thing. And so, but then it also points out this person is for school lunches and is for health access to health care. There are a lot of Republicans who do believe in universal health care, who do believe in the things that we believe in, but they may not necessarily, we may disagree on other nuances that Republicans weaponize. And I
Go
think
ahead, Victoria. You want to say something?
No, I wanted to add too, because Mama Source Rex said it, and I think that Gavin. I don't disagree with him going on Charlie Kirk. I do disagree with the fuck he said. I think it would have played out better for him if he just went. Um, but but speaking to that, like I think it was good that he went in those spaces, and I do think that we should go in those spaces because we should, like Pete Buttigieg, we should show we're not afraid. However, while we're in those spaces, we need to hold firm. We can speak to those dining room table topics, but when you're interacting with Nazis, treat it accordingly. Because let's be very clear here, they picked fascism. So even if we're going to those spaces to peel off voters, we don't need to compromise our integrity, compromise our base, compromise progressive ideals, because let's be very clear, progressive ideals are not that progressive. Like it's like bare minimum. Like I'm literally just doing my job at this point and quiet quitting.
But his version of it seems to be counterproductive only in the sense that it's his platform. So his audience is automatically favoring his ideas. To me, if you really want to have that conversation, instead of inviting Charlie Kirk on your podcast, go to Fox News like Buttigieg does and talk to the base that actually doesn't agree with you and talk to the audience who's getting their information in a vacuum and re-educate them on their platform where they get their information. And I feel like just because we create, even me, I'm talking to myself too, like my platform can't solely be me talking to trying to get Trumpers to come on and talk to me because Trumpers ain't listening to most of the stuff that I post in the first place. So I wonder, I don't know that him having this podcast and inviting a bunch of Charlie Kirks on is necessarily going to get the audience or get the message out that he's trying to get because his base is already not that. You know what I'm saying?
This conversation right here is, I think, is part of the problem within the left, right? Is because we're all talking around the same thing, right? We have a significant, I've said this many times, Republicans fall in line, Democrats fall in love, right? And the quest for perfection for Democratic candidates has caused a lack of progressives being elected to leadership positions. We've got status quo Democrats who are afraid of the left, who are afraid of the radical left, the progressives, because they take money from the same corporate donors that many of the moderate Democrats, that many moderate Republicans take money from, right? So for us to unify the party on a particular strategy, we have to say that progress is what's needed in our system. Let's not label it. It's just progress. It's the things that we want. It should be about the things that we want and not how we identify. If we want universal health care, then what the fuck are we going to do to get it? If we want the rich just to pay the taxes that they owe so that we can tackle poverty, how do we get it? If we want policies and legislations to protect national parks and our environment, how do we get it? We have to stop talking around the issue and start talking to the issue. But thanks for jumping in today, Francois. I
Thank you
appreciate
so
you for
much.
being here. You got it.
Awesome. Have a good one.
You too. Victoria, I'm going to drop you for just a minute because Obi had just requested you wanted to kind of go off for a few minutes. So I'll bring you back up in a little bit, okay?
All right. Love you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Love you too. Bye. All right. I'm going to bring up Obi for a second. And he asked for the floor. So I'm going to give him the entire floor, the dance floor with the mirror ball and the flashing light.
By the way, go ahead and show the photo I sent just so that I can prove that at 100K, I did send you a photo of me in chats.
Oh,
I delivered. Actually, I threatened. They fell for it, and then I got called out and had to take the picture.
You did indeed. There you go.
Yeah.
Chapped
there
up.
you go. Chapped up, ladies and
Chapped
gentle
up.
persons.
Chapped up.
at
What do you got,
5:40
sir?
a.m. Okay,
Right.
I feel that this is super important thing for me to say. Um, as a chairperson on a committee that's known as the Financial Inclusion Committee, and as a professional in the payments space, it's super important that we are very clear when we're speaking on things that are outside of one's wheelhouse. It is not easy for people to just unbank themselves. It is an incredibly difficult thing. Now, for those privileged enough to have money and to be around plenty of other banking centers, yeah, maybe for you it's easy. But let's be careful about how we talk about these things. There are millions of Americans that are unbanked and underbanked, right? They don't have choices that people with privilege have, right? And privilege is just not about whiteness. Privilege is about accessibility. There are plenty of people that don't have the tech stack necessary to do what some people with privilege can do. I just want to caution people. I understand what it is that you're trying to say, but you're wrong. And I know you're wrong because I'm the subject matter expert. This is my wheelhouse. This is what I do not only for a living, this is how I employ people, and this is what I get asked to speak on at conferences and not just here in the United States. Now, this doesn't mean that your passion is misplaced. It certainly is not. Your lack of empathy and compassion sounds like arrogance, and it's duly noted, and it really pissed me off. Now, I get it, right? Like people are going to say things in the heat of the moment. No one on this live is giving any advice when it comes to financial matters for other people.
Correct.
We're not even giving suggestions as it comes to financial matters for other people. We are simply saying there is a movement, and there are aspects of this movement that include those who are privileged and can voluntarily unbank themselves from large commercial banks and, if possible, move to either community banks or credit unions. It is not easy for the vast majority of Americans.
That's fair.
And most people can't go to a credit union because they don't qualify. There are a lot of credit unions that are specific to groups of people. As an example, unions have credit unions. So if you're not an electrical worker or a firefighter or a family member thereof, you may not be able to go to that credit union, right? Also, it is super important to understand that when we talk about markets and when we talk about things having to do with finance, you all walk a very fine line when you come up and make definitive statements and don't provide your CV in order for that to be legitimate. For those of us who have held licenses for our entire career, we know what statements we can and can't make because we are held to a certain standard. Are there unethical people who do that? 1,000%. I would just like to strongly advise that we stop doing that. Keep the passion. The passion is important, but please, can we stop with the seemingly never-ending arrogance about how easy it was for you or whatever it is that you do? Because I will tell you, as a business owner, I'm intrinsically linked to Amazon and I don't have a choice because I can't afford to go to another vendor. Because Amazon's the only company that provides a secure server for what I do for a living and for my customers that I can afford. I want you to think about what I just said. Now I want you to think about every single business you go to. AWS is literally the largest cloud service provider in the entire world. we have to be thoughtful and think through things when we say things. Do people need things versus people want things? Yes, there are needs and wants, just as there are things we get to do and things we have not yet done. But I think it's really important that we protect people and that we protect people's mental health, that we protect people from being triggered, that we are sensitive to people who also have jobs at these companies who aren't MAGA, who didn't vote for Trump. There are families that depend on employment to get by. I just would really appreciate if people would just pause for a second and really kind of say, could I have said things in a better way? Could I have framed things in a better way? Could I thought about others before I thought about myself? A lot of this sounds like recovery speak because it is recovery speak. I know that I can be a giant asshole. I freely admit it. I've apologized on this app. I've apologized to Steve. I've apologized to other people, and I've tried to make my behavior better, except for when Spicy Obi is called for, then Spicy Obi shows up.
Hey, now.
But it's super important that when we look at the totality of what we're saying on this platform, that we really think about not just the point of the message, but how that message is being delivered.
Mhm.
So much great work has been done here under your platform, Steve. The mods that you have gathered, the work the mods have done, the Discord space, FactsStillMatter.site, the things that the membership brings, right? The people that we help out in this community. I just would like it if we could always remember that with passion, a responsibility for empathy and compassion come with that, right? Otherwise, what we're really doing is we're being just like MAGA, and we're just venting. And listen, I'm a pretty angry guy, even though I'm an empath and basically a fucking teddy bear. But I just wanted to come up and caution people because you know, I rely on being able to help businesses and people get banked. That's the service that I provide our society. And so I'm very transparent about that with everyone, right? But I also need to protect those who are unbanked and underbanked, and especially those who would really like to do something but cannot. And there are an awful lot of people in the United States of America today that cannot do things for various reasons, and it doesn't matter what we believe.
Yep.
We are not the arbiter of how or why somebody can't do something, and we certainly cannot hold ourselves up as a bar or a standard to be measured against. I am a fallible human being that makes mistakes and will spend the rest of his life amending his behavior and trying to be a better human being. This is the bar that I measure myself against. It's my words, it's my actions. But on Alive, when we try to make factual statements that are not factual, and somebody then takes those statements and moves forward and gets harmed by them, there is liability. And let's just please be careful. It may not be legal liability, but there's liability. So let's please, 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 empathy and compassion first. Strong desire to bark at the moon last. That's all I ask.
That's fair. I appreciate everything you said. And I will stand on my integrity for empathy and compassion towards others. But I will say that getting specific about what people can and can't do, especially when it comes to banking, I was probably out over my skis. I will say, though, that I think we would all agree that Americans are not comfortable being inconvenienced. And I will leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm
Fair
not
enough.
going to disagree with you.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. But I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. And I think that's
Yeah,
a good lesson for all of us, right? I mean, I think it's a good lesson
appreciate
for all
you.
of us. Never would I ever sit here and ever advocate for something that could potentially lead to harm. Like I said, I will stand on my integrity for compassion and empathy towards others without question. And I would challenge anybody to say that I don't show that every single day. But again, speaking from a place of privilege, it's a lot easier for me to navigate through things than it may be for others. And so everything that we discuss here is always with the intent of empathy and compassion in mind, knowing full well that I have privileges that many members of our society do not have. And I'm in an attempt to use my privilege to remind people of that. Sometimes I may be speaking out of turn. So I will, and I appreciate you for checking me on that, brother. Appreciate you.
I love you.
Love you too. Thank you for the chap shot.
Yeah, you ready?
I'm ready.
Whee!
Okay. I'll bring up I'm gonna bring up Coach, and Victoria, you can request again if you want to come back up. Hey friend.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I am so good. I wanted to parrot not really parrot from my own opinion, I guess. What Obi was saying. I'm gonna turn on my camera 1 second. Hi.
Hi.
I just got to a job, so I'm just hanging out waiting for Jen and Heidi to get here. But one of the things that I had to come to terms with in my participation in the bigger picture, in the fight and everything, is that I am low income. I do have to check what is best for my family first before I can check what is best for the greater good.
Agreed.
So one of the ways that we do that is we try to, our local grocery store is run by Kroger, and Kroger has its own issues, but we try to buy local. We try to buy from the grocery store that, sells the most local products. We do buy Amazon because we have to. We don't have a way around it. But one of the ways that I have decided is one of the best protests I can make is to remain openly queer. That's in our business. That's in my glasses. That's in everything about me, is because I was closeted for 34 years. And it is more important for me as a form of protest to be who I am because of where I live. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, surrounded by Christian conservatives. I have lost every member of my family, every member, besides my grandmother, whom I adore dearly, because of who I am and because of what I've stood up for. And I'm not mad about that. But how many people who are different than me or who aren't part of a marginalized community can say that for this cause, they have lost their entire family? Who can say for this cause, they have isolated themselves from communities that aren't safe? I can say those things. And I can't say that I'm avoiding big box stores. I have not gone to Target. I won't go back to Target. But I can say that I am avoiding them at all costs. I show up to protests. Every single person at all of these protests can say that they've seen Stacy there. And that's what I want to do. That is where I can show my face. I can't pull my money out of a bank. I can't pull my money, I don't have the luxury of doing any of that. And when we speak with these exclusionary terms, it turns people away from us. And so one of the things that a friend of mine posted online recently was that they just can't understand why anybody wouldn't stop shopping from Amazon. And I just politely said, because some of us don't have the luxury. And that's okay to say. So when we tell people, oh, I don't understand, this wasn't you, this was the caller, who was like, you need to be doing this. You can't. Well, some of us don't have the luxury. When I leave work at the end of the day, I have 7 kids to take care of. I don't have a spare minute to call my senators right now. And that's okay, because I'm starting a new business. I'm doing all of these things that people wouldn't normally recognize as a form of protest in keeping our business queer and showing up authentically to places where I may not be perceived as welcome. A lot of our clients, we get there and I can't be openly and say, hey, I'm gay, how are you? I just show up and I say, how can I help you? But I'm wearing these glasses. I'm giving a face to the queer community that says, hey, we are kind, we are loving, we're here to help, and we want you as part of our community. We don't want to exclude you, but we don't want to be excluded. You know, that's when people hire us, we have a rainbow on our logo. This is what I can offer the community right
and
now.
on your shiny new website.
Isn't it beautiful? I have not stopped smiling since Friday. I can't, and I wanted to speak to that too, of you saying that you stand on your empathy and you stand on your morals. I don't remember what exactly you said, but I have ADHD. But I can honestly...
Welcome to the club. Squirrel.
Right. Right, squirrel. I can
Yeah.
honestly attest to the fact that I have, and Stacey's going to cry, we all know it's part of who I am. I can attest to the fact that you stand on kindness. Because you didn't know me before Friday. And Obi didn't know me before Friday, and Matt didn't know me before Friday. And the kindness that I have been shown is something... Shit. Is something that I can't express to you guys. How much I needed. How much Heidi needed. How much my kids needed, you know. We get in the car and drive carpool every morning and we're listening to your show, and Link is just beaming every time he hears his name come out of your mouth. And, you know, for a kid who lost his dad due to being a trans individual, the fact that he has these male voices that are saying his name and showing love. I don't care if you go to another protest. You and all of these other men have shown up for a kid who had lost faith in men. A kid who is trying to learn how to be a man. A kid who, all four of my kids, I can't just make it down to Link, but like, these are the type of things that are going to make the difference in our world and in our community. Is being kind and loving and showing up authentically, being willing to leave your heart on your sleeve, because you are showing Link, my cutie, my little 12-year-old, how to be a better man, and he is turning around and preaching that to his friends. He is turning around and making a difference at his school. He approached his counselors about having gender non-conforming bathrooms just to make him more comfortable. They assigned 2 bathrooms to be gender open. And this is the difference that you and others are making in this world, in a school in Utah. And, you know, to Eve, I don't know if they say her real name online, so I'm going to say Eve, you know who I'm talking about. This is the difference, is I have been able to pay all my bills this week. We haven't been able to pay rent before the 15th of each month prior to this month. And it's paid completely. I paid the rest of it on Monday. This is the difference that you guys are making. And that is what's going to push more people to be activists and to find ways to do it, because, you know, it's not always easy, like Obi said, to not shop at stores, to not go to banks, not do this. What is easy is to show kindness and love. And for that, I will be forever grateful. And I hope that, I already know I do. I'm taking my flowers. I'm learning all the lessons you're teaching me. I just hope that I can pass it on to someone else. Because, like you say, the way to show love is to pass it on. And like, I'm out of words. I'm out of emotion. I'm out of all the things because of the kindness that you guys have shown us. So,
well, like we said in our little text exchange last night, Coach, the only payment you can show us is paying it forward and paying it with love. We do this because it's what we do around here, because like you said, these little acts of kindness, right? That's the whole point of just reminding people that there is a big fight on our hands, and we can't do it unless we're all marching towards the same direction, defending marginalized groups, defending the rights of others, defending Link, defending sons and daughters everywhere, non-binary. It's for those of us who are empaths, for those of us who lean in on these things, we don't know any other way. we just don't. So that's the frustration that we get. But it's been our honor for allowing us to help you. It's been our honor. Believe me, it's been our honor. And like I said, like I said, gum on the shoe, right? Gum on the
Right.
shoe. You're stuck with us, whether you like
And
it or not.
that is the best news I've ever heard in my entire life. Genuinely, I always get emotional. I lost my dad 2 years ago, the one person who loved and supported me without exclusion. And I find it no coincidence that you and Matt look similar to him. And the love you guys show is similar to his. And I needed that desperately, even though you guys aren't old enough to be my parents, my fathers. I needed that love from a man again. And so I'm just really grateful, and I'll quit boobing and taking up your time. But do you mind if I plug my pay links really quick? Is that okay with you?
Please do. Go for it.
Our pay links are in the bio. We are launching this new business, trying to support 7 kids. I'm going to really piss off the Republicans watching, 3 of which who are trans. You know, we got lucky to be trusted with these 3 kids. And I've walked them through some pretty impossible journeys. All 7 of our kids are neurodivergent, and we are just 2 moms trying to make it in the world. So if anybody can spare anything, I don't mind being a grifter or whatever anybody says, because I'm just trying to make it so that my kids can wake up each day and go to school. So I love you guys so much. Genuinely love you so much.
We love you too, Coach. Thank you for being here. To everybody I said hi.
I will.
I'll remember in the morning on your way to school, because we'll be plugging link that is in my link tree to his birthday wish list. So, but thank you for being here, and we love you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and we go to school. We're in the car at about 8 a.m., which is 10 a.m. your time. So
okay, I'll remember.
Okay, okay, love you guys.
Love you too. Have a good day. Thanks a lot.
You too. Bye-bye.
Wow, crazy. It's kind of what we do around here, and I think if the examples that we can set, that we talk about in terms of paying it forward, we talk about in terms of doing things when you can, it's kind of what we do. So yeah, I know I'm not crying. You're crying. Hi, Victoria.
Hi, that was beautiful.
Welcome back. Yeah, that was
Hi.
great.
Coach, I love you. I support you. I know we have not been on a panel together, or I don't remember if we have, but all the love. So I'm good.
All the loves. Yes. All right. Let's. I want to bring up a couple other folks so we can continue our conversations here. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. In case you've never met Victoria, this is Victoria. She's running for Congress in Tennessee. Hi, Hazel. Welcome.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing fine. Thanks
How's
for being here.
everyone? Good. I know, Steve, that you and I have spoken many times, and I've told you that I was an ex-Republican, ex-evangelical Christian, and that from the moment that Trump came on the scene, not only did I leave the Republican Party, but I also left Christianity. And so when I hear politicians or those that are interested in politics talk, because I was a Republican and a Christian for so long, I look at things very different because I know the party so well and I know the religious groups so well. So the way I look at the Republican Party, it's so simple and stupid, but I have to make this analogy.
Sure.
I look at them like a pizza pie, where each slice is a different demographic within the Republican Party. So you have the religious that voted because they are anti-abortion. You have those who are, voting because, they are for white supremacy. You have those who were looking for cheaper eggs and believed everything that Trump said. And so there's different segments within this pizza pie. One segment of the slice of the pie falls down, not a problem, because they have so many different slices of the pie that it's not really going to make a difference if 1 or 2 slices fall off. Now, for anyone who is running for office, this is my suggestion, okay? is there are a lot of people who are leaving the evangelical religion. And when they leave, it's very painful. They have to deconstruct. Okay. And that's why there are a lot of TikTok lives now speaking to those people. If you would approach those people, because if they're leaving the evangelical or they're leaving the Christian religion, they all are also considering leaving the party. And they're likely not going to run to the Democratic Party. Like me, I became an independent, right? So focus on those people that are leaving the evangelical or the Christian religion and are now going into the independence group. Now they're going to be voting independent. And instead of approaching them against abortion, if they have daughters, approach them towards, these are the rights that women, that your young daughters are going to be losing. And even with men as well, who have daughters, remind them of that this can be a very scary world for little girls and women. Focus on the people that are obviously being hurt in Main Street America and try to hone it down to be very granular. And I would even encourage you to do some roundtables with these segments and pockets within the Republican Party that are going now towards the independent party. Because if you try to keep an approach where I'm just going for Republicans, you're missing the whole point.
So
it has
Hazel,
to be very granular.
yeah. So I think to your point, I think more than one thing can be true at the same time. Like we know that there are disenfranchised Republicans, rural voters, who used to be a backbone of the Democratic Party not too long ago, right? That have now been subjected to tariff policies not only once but now twice. And those people are feeling like they were let down based on the promises that they were told, that we all told them were going to be lies. There is that group. There is the group of people that, like you say, could be deconstructing. That's a conversation that we have when it comes to cult speak. Like you're just deconstructing from a cult is not dissimilar to deconstructing from religion. So therefore, it's deconstructing from MAGA. It's kind of one and the same. There's also the group of people who I'm intentionally going after that are non-participants in our democracy, who are not just one-time non-voters, who are multiple-time non-voters. So all those things can be targets. And my focus, I don't want to divide. I'm not going to dilute my message, because I generally want to go after people who are not participating in democracy and remind them why it's so important. Not just those people who are only presidential election year voters, but people who are not participating in midterms, people who are not participating in school board elections, people who are not participating in any kind of democracy. So all those things can be true. All those things can be true.
Yes.
Right?
I
Victoria,
agree.
did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I wanted to add, I realized that there are going to be a lot of disenfranchised voters, evangelicals who are leaving, they're deconstructing, Republicans who are feeling that. And I do hear you. And I think that this goes back to the earlier topic of making sure we're speaking to those dining room table topics, speaking to that emotion, speaking to them. And it's not, and to be very clear, because I know a lot of people don't like it, when I say gentle parenting voters, it's not like that I'm talking down to them. Gentle parenting isn't about talking down. Gentle parenting isn't about tearing them down. It's about hearing the emotion behind what they're saying, the emotion behind how the person is reacting, and speaking to that emotion. Because when you're in your emotional brain, you're less likely to hear logic. You're less likely to actually be listening to hear. You'll be listening to respond. And that's something that we have to, as candidates, as representatives, realize. And it only gets easier the more progressives, the more liberal policies we get into office, because then those stressors that cause those daily stressors that we have, high fucking prices because corporate greed's through the fucking roof, looking at, how am I going to get my health care? How am I going to do this? Like all those things, once those kind of fall away because the need is met, then we can speak to those wants and those other things that they're concerned about. So I think it's very very interesting, and hopefully the deconstruction process works for people.
Yeah, and I appreciate you mentioning gentle parenting earlier. Now, what is the name of the book? I think you mentioned a book earlier.
It's called The Whole Brain Child.
The Whole Brain Child. I need to
Yeah.
read that book. Yeah.
It's a really short, easy read, and it's not a long book. I read it when I was pregnant with my first because I wanted to change up my parenting style. I wanted to better address the needs of my children. So both my children are dental parented, and I realized, ironically, that it started working in my personal relationships outside of my children. That it even gentle parenting my own parent has happened before. So it's really beneficial. And what's interesting is that I've taken this into the campaign. So Consciously says it all the time. Education is elevation, and I think that if we speak to those brains and speak to the emotion, then we're only going to better benefit the entirety of our community, the entirety of our society.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks for jumping in today,
No
Hazel.
problem. You
Appreciate
have a
that.
great day.
Thanks.
You too. Always good to talk to you. See you later. You good, Victoria?
Yeah,
You
no,
ever been
that's all,
rough few
folks.
days?
Why don't you, yeah, it's been a rough few days. That's all, folks. Whatever bugs, you should just come up here with your bullshit. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. For those of you who don't know, yes, Monday was my mother's birthday. My mom passed in 2017, and I was having a bit of an emotional day on Sunday coming up to the anniversary of her birthday and all that stuff. So I shared a kind of emotional video, but I do that often on my platform. I want you guys to know I'm a real human at the end of the day, much to my dismay. And yeah, I'm okay. It's just one of those days. It will be hard again in May because she passed about 2 weeks after my birthday. So that was hard.
We got you. We got you. Be heard. How are you today, friend?
Hey, good morning. Like I said last time, I'm trying to live the American dream if they'd let me.
It's like it's whose dream actually? Living the dream.
It's
Whose
just-
dream? Yeah.
I just wanted to, if you give me the liberty to just respond to what Hazel said just a few minutes ago, if that's
Sure.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I did a live on this topic this week and had a great panel on there, and we talked about this very topic. And here's what I want to say, and I'll keep it short because I know this is a sensitive topic for people. Um, and she's talking about how she left Christianity and she left the Republican Party. I too left the brick and mortar church. I left the Republican Party. I am now an independent. And what I want to say to people that say I also left Christianity, I want you to know that the God that the person that they or entity that these Christians that are MAGA say they're serving is more that of the heretic. It's more of just the religious that Jesus said they were like a cup that looked clean on the outside but dirty on the inside. And and so I think that's important to remember because we are living in such a difficult time. I'm tired of living in unprecedented times, and a lot of people feel alone. They feel isolated, and and so we have to, I believe, reclaim the word Christianity. And I don't know if we can fully, but what we can reclaim is the love that we are supposed to have for other people, no matter their color, no matter their gender, no matter their lifestyle. And the only way to do that is to disconnect from the mindset of who Jesus is according to MAGA. I was behind a car yesterday that said, I President Trump. I love President Trump and Jesus is my Lord. I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking that those two are very contradictory. So anyway, I wanted to tell her that I am sorry that people have hurt her and they've hurt me too. You know, my own pastor unfriended me and I've gone through other things like that. And, you know, it's worth it because I want people to know I stand up for other people. I fight for you, right? And so I don't know. I'm sorry that she goes, and I know she's not the only one, Steve. I
Yeah.
just want people to know that the person that they serve and that they quote unquote worship is not the true God of the Bible, and they use it for their own glorification purposes and to reel in the people. And we know this, right? They weaponized Christianity and they used it against us and they use it against them. And one day most of them will see. I don't know if all of them will, but most of them will. So keep your head up, Hazel. Proud of you for going forward and, you know, for fighting for our nation and standing up for what you believe in. But I also want you to know my heart in all of this, and I hope that you can hear that in what I say.
Thank you, B. I appreciate you
You're
jumping in today,
welcome.
friend.
Thank you, B.
Appreciate you. Have a good day. See you later.
You too. Bye.
Really good point. I mean, we've
Mhm.
seen time and time again about the use of rhetoric and language specific to mask their hatred under the cover of something. But
Oh
Shadow,
yeah.
you've been active today in the chat.
Oh, Shadow.
What's on your mind?
Yeah. I want to respond to a few things, but I do have to work tonight, so I need to get some rest. um, so the last comment about Christianity and stuff, I'm not sure if you knew, but before I was a registered nurse, I was a pastor in the United Methodist Church, and my wife is a pastor. And I just want I talk more in specifics to get to a general point rather than a general point and apply specifics. Just how my mind works. So when my wife was a pastor, she was able to create this program called Bountiful Boxes, and it was for children who it was families with children who needed food in the summertime because they're not going to school, so they needed food. And it didn't matter who they were or why they came. They just came and picked up food. Yeah, they had to sign up, but they just came and picked up food that the church provided. And then that turned into a whole year long. I mean, I'm sorry. It started as like a Thanksgiving, Christmas thing. Then it started as a summer thing for children without food. And then it turned into a whole year long thing. Every month they would do it. So I think we can reclaim the true nature of religion, specifically Christianity, if we do it more by actions than we do by words.
Who's the we, Shadow?
People in general, like those of us who are religious, we can reclaim that message. But like the other person was talking about, we can reclaim that message of what true religion is about by our actions, not just our words.
So why does it have to be? I guess the question is, should religion shouldn't be the reason that you want to show kindness and empathy towards people. You should just want to do it, right?
Right, but I mean the criticism of a lot, especially about evangelical Christianity, is the
Yeah.
meanness and
Isn't
the
that criticism reason? Isn't that criticism fair though?
no, it is fair, but I'm saying that what I'm saying is we can reclaim because it's been stolen. Basically, it's turned into Christian nationalism is what it's done,
Right.
and we can get rid of that.
And remind us who you voted for again.
Huh?
Remind us who you voted for again.
Oh, I voted for Harris.
Okay, I know that. So, but your claims have always been. So, I want to make sure that people understand something that I don't. I mean, I'm not gonna espouse my my atheism, right? What I'm going to say is I'm tired of people using excuses to justify hatred, plain and simple.
Yeah.
So to your
I
to your
am
point,
too.
yeah. So to your point, why does it have to be connected with religion, though? It
I'm
shouldn't.
not saying I'm not okay. So I think we're confusing some. I think there's some confusion here about. I'm not saying you have to be a Christian to be a good person or to expose virtue. What I'm saying is the criticism that all Christians are like this is not valid when there are people
It
who
is.
are trying to be the
Well,
same.
does it fall in? But does it fall into the until it's all Christians until it's no Christians kind of
Yes, it
bucket?
does.
Go
I want
ahead,
I want
Victoria.
to put here
So you
because
think I'm a bad person because I'm a Christian?
that
It's
is
not.
it's not a hold
No,
on.
it's like it's a simple. It's a, go ahead, Victoria. I know you want to get this out.
It's
Go ahead.
not okay. It's not a personal attack. Take your ego out of it. If you feel attacked, you recognize the problem. But the movement is what you're trying to say, speaking to what you're trying to say. You want Christianity back. You want Christianity to be the Christianity that you practice and which is actual Christianity. Here's the problem. You can't be speaking to people who are not religious. You have to be speaking to other Christians and pressuring them. Just like I'm a responsible pew pew owner, I don't speak to non pew pew owners because I realize that my job is to represent responsible pew pew ownership. My job is to vote for legislation and work through things. Oh, I love that someone just said stop attacking him. Get fucked.
We're not
I'm
attacking
not
anybody,
attacking.
Jr. If you feel triggered, then you're the problem.
The thing that we're
I'm not
doing
triggered,
here,
dude.
yeah,
Not
like
you, Shadow. I wasn't talking
no,
to you. I
not
was
you,
talking
Oh,
to
not
I'm
you.
somebody in the
sorry. I'm
audience.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It came across, and I'm just like, it's as soon as a woman starts speaking, hey Jr., you're a misogynistic prick.
Shadow,
Come
do
up here
you
and
feel
say it to my
attacked?
face.
Do you feel attacked,
No,
Shadow?
no, I don't feel attacked, but I do agree with I do agree with what you're saying that, but the one thing I'm kind of hesitant to is this: it's all of them unless it's
And
none of
that's
them, and but
okay.
because there are different, as you know, in any organization there are different factions of, and I hate using the word factions because of the whole Jane Madison thing, but there's different organizations. Because if you know the history of the United Methodist Church, they created the ACLU.
Right. So
Okay.
let's unpack it in a different way. Hang on one second, Victoria. Let me just
Yeah, you
jump
got
in
it.
here. Let's unpack this in a different way. Do you agree with the statement that it's all men until it's no men?
Um,
You're so close, Shadow. Don't disappoint me now.
it's hard for me to. Uh,
So let me help.
we had this
Right.
discussion. Wait, hang on a second. We had this. Steve and I had this discussion before,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh wait, that was you? Was I on the panel?
Yes, you were.
I
Oh,
think so. But
oh yeah, here we
but
go.
the issue I was trying to get Steve to realize is that you have to have confidence that you are a decent, moral, virtuous person. You can't just say you're the problem and
Well,
you're
let's
not
go
the
back to my
arbiter.
question.
You're not
Let's
the
go back to my
arbiter.
question. Okay, let's go back to my question. Do you believe in the statement it's all men until it's no men?
Okay, when you say that, then I would have to assume that you are part of the problem, and I don't
We
think
are
you're
part
part
of the
of the
problem.
problem. But I
I
don't
am
think
part
you're.
of the problem.
How are you part of the problem?
Victoria
You
and
haven't
I are
even
friends.
succeeded.
Okay,
You
Victoria
haven't
and I
even
are friends. Hold on, Shadow. Hang on a second. Victoria and I are friends. I
right.
am not. I am not the arbiter to tell Victoria that I'm a safe space. Only she is.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Yeah.
the problem. So the reason I used that analogy, Shadow, about it's all men until it's no men, is because from my perspective, it's all Christians until it's no Christians, because there are people who are claim to be Christian that are part of the hate-filled rhetoric that want to eliminate certain people from our society. So when I say it's all men or it's no men, my responsibility is to stand up to other men, to tell them that locker room talk is just not fucking acceptable, and to get into another man's face when they're saying derogatory things or not excusing it off privately, not saying anything. Privately is what I want people to say thing when there's nobody around to watch. So I think you
Right.
can use the same analogy. And again, to Victoria's point, take your ego out of it, right? Just take your ego
I
out of
don't
it.
have ego here, Steve. But here's the flip side of that statement: that you are the problem. You
Yes.
are the problem. You're
That's the
saying
point.
you are the problem,
Yes.
but yet you do what you need to stand up to
Okay.
these things. And the thing is, if you're doing that, you're a good person. If you're doing that, you're standing up for what is right, for what is virtuous. That
Does
doesn't
not
mean you're
change
completely.
that he's not a safe person. Does not
It's,
change just because I am actively working on my for another example, just because every day I work towards anti-racism does not mean that I'm not inherently racist, and that I do not expect a single Black, brown, or indigenous person to trust me. Understanding that that's acceptable and that's okay, and that I'm going to continue working towards the problem is the message, because they not only do they see it in my actions and my words, they see it when I'm out actively in public. They can go in my videos and go watch my videos where I speak out about this. They don't have to worry about when I leave the room, I'm going to become another white person who disappoints them, who's just a surface level ally. Same thing applies to it's all men until it's no men. Same thing applies to it's all church, like religion, until it's no religion. The problem here is religion is inherently flawed. Religion is inherently not a good place because it was created by man. And speaking to that, it depends on what denomination you are in, because my denomination allowed divorce. My denomination is considered watered down Catholicism. But when you talk to a modern Christian or a US like religion, I'm not considered Christian enough. Even of my religion. All that to say, it doesn't fucking matter. Nobody has to worry about when I walk into a room if I'm not going to stand up for the marginalized people in my life. And as a religious person, I realize that you are feeling some feelings because it is you are a good Christian. You could be a better Christian, though. That's the goal, right? The goal is to be better. The goal is to love another person, is to see the face of God. The goal is to be the bishop from Les Mis, who not only shows the ultimate kindness, flaw, and doesn't use it as a reason to continue to push people down. That is the goal. And I think that's what you're trying to get at. The problem is you're still hung up in the ego of, we're saying it's all religion. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. If the shoe doesn't fit, don't fucking put it on. It's not you. It's not an ego thing. When someone says all white people are racist, I don't feel any sort of feelings about that, because I understand what they are saying. I understand the inherent thing. And also, white people are fucking racist. That's the goal. And I think that that's the part that you're missing. And that's not an attack. I know that we're unpacking, we're deconstructing. And part of your deconstruction is the threat of your beliefs, because deconstruction is not easy. And unfortunately, religion, as part of deconstruction, is very wrapped up in our history, is very wrapped up in oppression, is very wrapped up in racism, is very wrapped up in philanophobia and ism. And that is the problem, because it is inherently flawed.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay. Do you consider yourself a good person?
No, I don't. I don't, because here's the thing. I'm human. I fuck up. I don't consider myself a good person because every day I strive to be a good person. Now, Steve might disagree with you and say, Victoria's fucking awesome. And I love that for Steve. I love that Steve believes that. But the goal is to continue to do that every day. I'm not going to be perfect every day. I'm not going to be good every day. Someday I'm going to say the out of pocket thing.
I want to add to that.
So
I want to add to that. Hang on, Shadow.
Okay,
Hang on,
wait.
Shadow.
Wait.
Well, no, bro, hang on. I want to add to that. The question is, does Victoria think she's a good person? I think the response is, I would like to, personally, if you're asking me, I would like to think I'm a good person, but I'm not the arbiter for that. It's my actions. It's all of our actions in the world. It's what we do, because we're the judge. Because you might think you're a good person, but that may not be what somebody else perceives as good. So when you're asking for those kinds of things, I think the expectation should be for all of us is, well, what do other people say about us? I want to get AD's perspective from the psychological side of it. But
respond to that though real quick, because I know I'm a good person. Okay. Now, having said that too, about this whole thing about is it all men or no men and so on and so forth, I grew up in a generation, I think you did, Steve, but I'm not sure how you are right now, but I grew up with the mindset and the generation where you trust no one, they earn your trust. Okay, that's how I grew up. You trust no one until they earn your trust. Okay, and the thing is, I think there's a confidence issue here. That's the part that I'm trying to get at. I know I'm a good person because people tell me at work I'm a good employee. I do what's right. I look out for my patients. I do and I try to advocate for their interest and for their care, okay, as best as I can. I know I'm a good person in society because I stick up for women's rights. I stick up for minorities' rights. I do all these things. Okay, I'm not saying I'm arrogant and saying, "Hey, I'm an awesome person." Is there times I'm going to mess up? Sure, there's times I'm going to mess up, but I learn and I move on. I don't dwell on it.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Amy, I'm going to let you take this one because Shadow, I now firmly remember you, because I remember you saying this the first time too. Um, Amy, I really want to add here, but I'm just going to let a therapist take it because you're in your ego, Shadow.
I have no ego.
You do, and
Shadow,
I
we
think
Shadow, we all
Andy's about
have.
to address it. We all have
Yeah,
ego, buddy. Yep.
yeah, we all have ego, and so here's the thing. And thank you, Victoria, because I mean, honorary therapist degree. You're doing some work, and I can tell. So yeah, you raised many points that were very valid.
I'm going to tell my therapist this. She's going to love it.
Yes, you clearly have an amazing therapist because you are learning and applying, my friend. Well done.
Trying. I'm walking shit show.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes. Love it. We are all. So Shadow, here's the thing. Like, I'm curious as to why you feel the need that you have to be a good person. What tells you that that's something that is expected of you?
I don't feel the need to be a good person. I just am by what others tell me.
But what motivates you to want to be?
Honesty, integrity, virtue, basic
Right.
human decency.
And so what does that say?
You muted. Here you go. You're back.
I'm not sure what your point.
Right. So I guess what I'm getting at is you have identified as I have virtue, I have a sense of who I am, what I believe I am to the world, right? That's your ego. Ego isn't a bad thing, right? What ego is a problem when all you do is defend your ego because it keeps you from actually connecting on a deeper level, right? If you don't drop your ego, you end up in a position of defending, breed connection, it breeds division. And so what's happening in this conversation is what Victoria was trying to reflect to you is that your ego is preventing you from truly understanding and invoking the compassion that you believe yourself to have. Ironically, your ego is preventing you from actually exercising that compassion in this conversation because you continue to defend yourself because on a level, even though you say you don't feel attacked, your ego is. It's a subconscious thing, right? So it's not a specific special thing to you when we say your ego, right? Just by saying it's not, I don't have an ego. We all do. It's a human condition, not a you condition, right? So the lesson is, especially as it relates to religion, and I just really came up to talk about religious trauma, right? Because that's in the work I do. I happen to live in an area where I deal with a lot of people who are deconstructing from extreme religions. And fellow Methodist here, I get it. We grew up in the Methodist church it's like the most progressive, at least when I was growing up. I mean, I recall we even had a pro-choice stance amidst all the other churches at one point. I don't know if that's still true because I'm not in the church anymore. But I get it, right? We want to be that virtuous person. So we feel attacked when that identity is questioned. And so do you get it? Like that's the thing. She's saying, like, she's reflecting up like, hey, I get that you have these ideas about who you are, but you've got some blind spots that you're not seeing. And so your ego in this moment is preventing you from really looking at those blind spots. That's the constructive feedback, I think.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm glad I'm talking to a fellow Methodist, and yeah, we are the most progressive. I mean, there was
Other
that.
than the Unitarians, maybe they might beat us there.
Well,
But yeah.
yeah, there was that Wesleyan covenant split, but we won't talk about that.
Right. But
um,
back to the ego thing. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying about ego, but I'm not egotistical. Like, for example,
That's not the
okay,
same. That's not the
I
same.
go by data, I go by facts. So, like, for example, okay, here's how I know I'm a good employee. I'm a travel nurse. Okay, so I have 13-week. I had a 13-week contract to start, and then you can get extensions after that. If your contract is revoked, then that's not a good thing. It's like being fired. Okay,
Can
and
I
you
stop
can
you right here and
I
say
was
that?
just yeah.
wait.
Yeah, I
I
just
have to
no,
get the
I don't
point
want to
out,
hear the
though.
story again. I don't want to hear the story again. I want to tell you it doesn't fucking matter. Like, and I
It
know that's
does
gonna hurt.
matter.
That's no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't matter.
It
You know
does
why it doesn't
matter.
matter? Because it doesn't prove that you're a good person. It just proves that you have a story.
Ted
No,
Bundy
I
was a
was
good
using
employee
this to
too.
prove a point.
Yes,
I'm using
exactly,
this to prove a
exactly.
point.
There are plenty of horrible human beings who are good at their jobs. There are plenty of horrible human beings who walk around and look like the person that you want as your neighbor. Your anecdotal experience is not it's not fact based, and it's not logic based. If you go ask 10 people who know me, if they like know me from all walks of life, some of them might say they hate me because I'm a bad person. Some of them might say they like me. Some of them might say, you know what, not my cup of tea. It doesn't matter. And you know, other people's opinions of me is none of my business. At the end of the day, it's none of my business, because when I'm interacting with people, I'm talking to the person. I'm matching who they are when I'm speaking in a political space. And if you go, like, I could tell you 10 stories of where I've helped people. I could tell you 10 stories of where I've been a shit human being. I could tell you a billion other stories in my career of how I've helped people. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. It doesn't make me a good person. It doesn't mean that I don't have an ego, because it does hurt when someone says you fucked up.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change it. And I think you're getting hung up on who you are as a person.
No,
Set
I'm
that
not.
shit to the side. No. Set it to the side for a second and just hear what I'm saying. You are listening to respond right now. You are not listening to hear. Because if you were listening to respond, you would not have asked me the question, do I think I'm a good person? Because I answered in the non-ego way, because I understand that it's a daily process. I don't get one good deed does not mean that I'm a good person. Every day I strive to be a good person, which is the whole point of your religious argument. Like, you're supposed to be a good person every single day, which again, it's unachievable, because the Bible is not inherently, and religion is not inherently good. It's actually bad.
You
And
know how
it's
we
fundamental in
Okay,
oppression.
okay. The feedback I'm going to give is you threw out so many assumptions there that, I mean,
Assumptions about what?
I asked if you were a good person, not because of what was assumed there, because it's a confidence issue. What
No,
makes
it's not
you
a confidence issue.
No,
What do
it's
you think?
not.
What
And
you
makes
I
you
should be
think that I'm
able
not confident?
you
let
should
me
be able to
Bro,
tell
bro,
people this is
bro.
what makes me a good
Only,
person, and then
bro.
you should be able to base that on what other people have told you on how you are a good person.
No.
This
so
was
let
Here's
me
my
the
I want
point,
thing.
to
and
I want to
I was
jump in for
talking.
just a second.
You
I
I
want to
was
jump in for
talking
just
to
a
the
second. So
person
Shadow,
above.
hang on one second, bro.
This is
Shadow,
why I
hang on
don't
one
like
second.
coming up here, Steve. You don't let me
Listen,
finish a thought.
no, bro.
And
I
I
wanted
was
to,
talking to the
I'm
person
going to
above
let you
me.
finish. My guy, take
I
a
was
deep breath.
talking to the person above me about this issue, and then I got cut
I
off. And I'd
you,
like to finish the example, please.
fine. In one
I'd like to
second, though,
finish the example.
I
Go
I
ahead.
will take a deep breath. Okay. I'm gonna. What I want to unpack, help you unpack, is that you've connected your identity to your job performance. So the example that I will give you is the numerous instances of good employees who have raped women or have abused children, or members of the clergy who have done the same. The society might see them as this pillar of the community for the things that they do. They're good at their job, but yet they're scumbag individuals. Neither myself nor Victoria nor Amy Dawn are labeling you as a horrible person. What we are just asking you to consider is don't use the equivalency of your job comparison to determine whether or not you're a good person.
No,
Okay?
I'm not doing that. Here's
Right.
what.
And Shadow,
Okay, so
before you get
this is what I
started,
mean.
I
This is
have
this is
hold
AG, let
on.
him finish.
wait. Let
I
me
gotta go
finish
I
my
though.
promised I
thought.
would.
I know I gotta
I
go
promised
though.
I'd let him. I
Let
promised
me
I'd let him
finish my
finish.
thought,
Go ahead, Shadow.
please. Okay. So I know that people are compartmentalized, and that doesn't make the whole person. But I was using this as an example of using facts and data. Okay, I know I'm a good person because, I know I'm a good employee. This is just an example. Okay, I know I'm a good employee as a registered nurse because not only am I fulfilling a whole year worth of this travel nurse position, I actually have a permanent position as staff because they want me there. Okay, not because I asked for it, because they want me there to stay permanently. And if you talk about, graping women and so on and so forth who are good employees, listen, I'm in an industry, I'm a registered nurse. I'm in an industry that if I was even remotely accused of something like that, even an accusation, could go on a public record to the board of nursing and it would completely destroy me. Okay.
My point went right over your
And my,
head.
my point is my point is now let me jump to the general point here about using how I know I'm a good employee. We can know that we are a good person by what other people tell us. We can know that. And
Right.
what gets to me is that we've had family members, and I'm sure you have, Steve. We've had family members who teach us teach us values in our generation, teach us values, teach us virtue, taught us these things as growing up. Steve, I think you're the same generation as I am. You know that we either learn to respect people or we learn the hard way. Okay, I know you know that.
That's not the point, though. Since you addressed me, I'm gonna
Shadow,
let you. Since you
yeah.
addressed me, then I'm letting you finish, though. So again, the question is, Shadow, is just because you were taught values and morals, who's to determine if those values and morals are good? Because a Christian household could teach their children to follow Christianity, so to speak, and yet we realize that some of those Christians today don't want the trans community to even exist, or think
Okay.
that women are property, or think
Okay.
that the immigrants are coming and stealing and raping and trafficking women. You see what I mean? I mean,
Right.
it's you can't just say that just because you were taught values and morals, because I know that the values of compassion and empathy and kindness and generosity are the things that I grew up around. And I know plenty of Christians that absolutely do not approach kindness, empathy, generosity, and kindness. So it's a
Right.
question of first of all, what are the values that you are taught, and whether or not those values are actually in line with compassion, kindness, generosity, and love.
Right.
AD.
And I agree with that. But what part of my point too is you have to somehow, how can I say this? I don't want to say assume. I'm not looking for.
Let me help you because I
I
literally
can't
have a
find the right
client I
word.
need to see in 7 minutes. So I need to get this out because I got a job. Shadow, what you're talking about is a universal emotion and it's called shame. There's a healthy purpose for shame. It's a thing that helps us maintain interpersonal bridges with each other because without a little bit of shame, we don't know how to act with each other. We need to know how to behave in society because the fact that we need to form connections to literally survive as a species is an evolutionary instinct, right? So shame has a healthy purpose. We happen to call it shame because that's what we've labeled it in this timeline of our existence. But it is an emotion that we experience when we cause harm that breaks connection with another individual. And Victoria spoke to this about the gentle parenting. It's more like attuned parenting is when we are attuning our children to their emotional experiences to teach them proper interaction with other humans because they don't have the frontal lobe to quite understand that yet. So that's our job, right? So we attune them to their emotional state so they understand how to behave in society. Can you imagine a society with shamelessness? No shame. We kind of have one now because people act with parentless behavior because they have not been taught how to maintain those interpersonal bridges. And so what you're speaking of is you're assessing your own ability to maintain connections with others, and you feel being a good person is being able to do that. And so I get it. You're judging yourself in that way. That's a healthy dose of judgment. I need to make sure that I'm good with that, right? We all do. What we're trying to help you see is you've got to just make sure that that doesn't get weaponized, because shame can also be societal shaming, and that becomes dangerous and toxic. And religion is a lot of the reason that that happens. And so I'm going to land the plane there. There's a whole lot more about it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I got to go heal some folks. Love
Okay,
y'all.
Thank you, AD.
now let
Love
me
you,
just
Amy.
let me just respond to what Amy said there. I know she has to go, but let me respond to what Amy said there. That was the point I was trying to get at. I wouldn't have I probably wouldn't have used the term shame, but that was the point I exactly agree with her. That was the point I was exactly getting to. So, we grew up with values and morals and so on and so forth, and how do we know those were the right thing? Okay, well, I grew up in a fundamentalist household. How did I break away with that? When I met my wife, she's very progressive. She's still a pastor in the United Methodist Church, and she was when I met her. Okay. And then I started reading and learning and studying other things. And that's when I said, I was wrong about fundamentalism all along. Because we, as humans, we can adapt and change. So if someone points something out that does not make us a good person, we can say we ought to have the capacity. I know a lot of people, I know some people don't, but we should have the capacity to say, hey, I can adapt, I can change, and I can do better. Okay. Now, I understand that
So can
people
I address that? Can I address that?
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I understand that people like MAGA have no shame. They just go completely feral. I understand that. But that's not the way people should normally behave.
Right. Okay. So I want to unpack this a little bit because you said, your point, this is kind of where I want to go. So you said you were raised a fundamentalist. Like, I don't know a lot about your religion, but I just, out of curiosity, I just wanted to look up what the definition of fundamentalism is. And it says a tendency among certain groups and individuals that are characterized by the application of a strict literal interpretation to scriptures, dogmas, or ideologies. Now, is it safe to say that you grew up with fundamentalist values?
No, I grew up with fundamentalist values, yes, but I'm not like that anymore.
Okay, but you grew up with them. So
Yes,
to the point we were having earlier, you were taught values and morals around your house, but they were rooted in fundamentalism, which according to this, the literal interpretation of scripture, right?
Yes.
So we know the literal interpretation of scripture, certainly not things that we might want to promote when we're talking about the hate that was connected to, biblical scripture, correct?
Yes.
So that's my point. That's my point. So you in your head were taught values, morals, and your values and morals were founded and foundational in your beliefs. I didn't grow up that way. And I'm not saying that my values or morals are better, but my point was that they're different, extremely different. I didn't need religiosity to define my morals or values. It was kindness, compassion, generosity, sincerity, integrity, and love. That's what I grew up under. I didn't have to be told to think that way. I wasn't following a particular script. So when I say I think this is a lesson for all of us. When we say we grew up with good values and morals, what were they rooted in, though? And I'm not saying nobody here is attacking you personally, Shadow. That's I hope you're not getting that from this conversation.
No, I'm not. I'm just very passionate from where I speak.
Sure, we are too.
I think I already established in this conversation that religion doesn't make you a good person.
I agree, but you said you grew up with values, and we agree that your values were rooted in your fundamentalism. So would you say that those values are good?
Not anymore, because I grew out of that. I read, I learned, I studied at a young age, and I grew out of those because I saw the light about how
Right.
oppressive they were.
Right. And if somebody didn't grow out of it, like you said, they would not have good values. Would you agree?
I would agree, and I would say that I don't think that they are a good person because they're not exhibiting what Aristotle talked about virtue as an example.
Go ahead, Victoria.
I want to say that no, they're exhibiting exactly what they're supposed to be exhibiting. Here's why I say this. Because it was, even now, as a gentle parent, I get pushback because people assume that there are no consequences in my parenting style. And let me be very clear. That's not the case at all. My boys know. They know where the boundaries are. Now, are they clear and reasonable expectations? Absolutely. Does the punishment match the behavior? Yes. But it doesn't require me laying my hands on them because that is physical abuse. I will never spank my children because it is abuse. Because I do not want them walking away with the idea that hitting people is acceptable. Developmental behavior for a toddler is different than physically assaulting them. I say that because you're harking back to a time that you learn these manners, you learn these things. And I want to be very clear here. I also was raised by and my grandmother was very active in my upbringing, very active, always around. Here's the problem though. My grandmother is racist. My grandmother is xenophobic. My grandmother is homophobic and transphobic. A long list of other things that she is. Did I think she was a good person growing up? Absolutely. But as a child, I quickly realized she only wanted good in a certain way because she thinks it's bad to be gay. I'm a pansexual. She thinks it's bad to be anti-racist because she feels it is a personal attack. She thinks it's bad, lack of religion. And all that to say, I could go down a laundry list of all the things that she does not like about me as a human. Does not matter. She raised me. She was part of the upbringing. Does not mean that she's a good person because she's not a good person. She might think she's a good person. She'll fucking tell you to the end of time. She'll tell you 1,500 stories to prove she is a good person. She's not a good person. And I can say that and still love her. I can say that and still understand that she is problematic and a firm problem in society here in the United States of America. It doesn't change the fact that she was wrong, and I had to unlearn that shit because we're supposed to be growing. We're supposed to be taking care of our fellow man. We're supposed to be doing the thing, right? Loving another person is like seeing the face of God. Les Mis says it best. The bishop, I grew up loving the bishop from Les Mis. Does not change the fact that a lot of that shit she learned in church because the Bible is inherently flawed and religion is inherently flawed. And the problem that we're finding here is that Christians are unwilling and incapable of holding each other accountable. I don't need you to come up here and tell me you're a good person. Period. End of story. I'm not going to come up here and tell any of the people in this chat that I'm a good person. At the end of the day, I'm never going to say that. It's not a confidence issue. It's not a I don't know who I am. It's I understand that my actions must speak louder than my words. And I ask people all the time to vet me. Make sure I'm the person that you want in your life, just like you're sussing out a relationship. So I think that the thing that you are harking back to is your lived experience, which is great. We all have great lived experiences. I have a plethora of them. Does not change that it's inherently part of the problem. And do you want to be a part of the problem or do you want to be a part of the solution? Because it sounds like you want to be a part of the solution, but what's holding you back is the ego response, which you don't like. So I'm going to say it's the thinking that somehow we're on the different teams. You are still deconstructing this. You're still in the deconstruction process, which is why you're pushing back on what I'm saying, what Steve's saying, what Amy's saying. That's okay. But I hope, and I'll land my plane here, that when you walk away from this conversation, instead of listening to respond to me, listening to respond to Steve, just sit in that message for a little bit. Unpack it a little bit. You don't need to respond to me. And honestly, I'm probably about to drop because I've got to go to my liberal job. But I want to say that to you. Just sit in the message. Sit in the message. Portia
I
says it all
hear.
the time. Just sit in the message. You don't need to respond. And just hear. Just hear. Listening is the best thing we can do. And I'm gonna land my plane there. I love you, Steve. I need to drop for my liberal job.
Thank you, friend. See you later.
Bye.
Shadow, are you a sports fan?
Yeah, let me just say this real quick.
Okay.
I hear what's being said, but I don't think people are understanding the flip side of this. It comes across as a lack of confidence that you're not sure if you're a good person, always living in anxiety over,
No, it doesn't.
oh, am I a good person or not? But
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
but
That's
Steve, I
that's
can
that's the script.
tell.
But that's the script in your head. That's the script in
See,
your head.
here's the thing, and I don't know why you can't accept this. I can tell you're a good person
Okay.
because of A, B, C, D, and E. Now, if you were to do something that was way out of the blue, that I'd be like, wow, that's really out there for Steve, I would point it out to you.
Yeah,
Now,
but
now
Shadow, see, you're
this
going
is
down the same road over and over again. I'm going to give you one last analogy, and I'm going to ask you to consider it, and then I'm going to move on. Okay? Are you a sports fan?
yeah,
Okay. Do you watch football?
go Eagles.
Okay. Congratulations. So if the backup left tackle on the Eagles' offensive line is having a really bad day, and Jalen Hurts gets sacked 25 times, they're going to say the offensive line sucked, right? Right?
Not necessarily.
Yes, they are. You know they are. That's the point. It's
Well, that's what happened.
all
That's what happened to Mahomes. That's for sure.
okay. But again, I don't. We're not going to turn it into a sports conversation. But that's exactly the point, right? So I know it's difficult. Like another example, when Obi came up earlier and called me out on something I said, I had a choice to make. I could either get defensive and behave like the majority of men do, or instead I could sit and listen to the honest, constructive feedback he gave me, take it in, not respond just because I wanted to respond, and just move on from the conversation and try to learn. And I just really feel like you're struggling now. The one thing that I think we found common ground on is that values are subjective depending on how and what you were influenced by when you were raised. You were
Okay,
raised
see,
under you were raised under fundamentalism. I don't think fundamentalism by definition are espousing good values, right? So we can't say that just because we think we were raised under good values, it doesn't mean that we were. It's about actions. So I'm just asking you to just unpack it, try to move your ego aside, and let other people continue to tell you by your actions and the things that you do, by calling out other Christians, by calling out other men, by calling out racism, by calling out bigotry, by calling out hatred, by calling out misogyny. Those are the things that will start to convince others that you are in fact a good person. Okay?
I don't have to call them out on this slide because we're all in agreement about how bad those
Not
things
on
are.
this live, out in the
But I
world.
do go to other lives and do it.
Yeah,
I
do it in the
mean,
world too. Do it publicly.
but there has to be a sense of confidence that you are doing the right thing as you do these things. You know what I mean?
So you don't
That's the
know,
point I'm
you're
trying.
unsure if it's the right thing to call out racists and bigots?
Huh?
You're unsure if it's the right thing to call out racists
No,
and
what I'm
bigots?
saying is people need confidence that's the confidence in their message
Why?
is what I'm saying. So I mean, if you call out racism, but you really don't believe it, are you really being genuine in doing it?
What do you mean if you don't believe that there's racism?
I'm saying that if an individual, I'm not saying you or me or anyone specific, if an individual doesn't believe in their message, are they being genuine? Are they really being virtuous? They're not.
Okay. Again, You are either anti-racist or you're part of the problem. You either believe
No,
that it's
no,
all
no, no,
hold
no,
on, hold on. You either believe that it's all men or it's no men, or you're part of the problem. You either believe it's all Christians or it's no Christians. If you believe that, then if you don't believe that, then you're part of the problem. You got to work through this ego because you're still hung up in this. You're looking.
Okay, so
You're virtual signaling for yourself, expecting people to believe that you're a good man. I don't believe that you're a good man. I have no reason to believe that you are. You telling me is not convincing me that you're a good man. I can stand up in front of 1,000 people every single day and tell them I'm not a good man. That tells me that I'm not, because I have to ask for affirmation from the community. I don't
I
give a
think you're
fuck what
taking
people say about me. What
taking
I
this a
care
little.
about is the reaction from my actions. Okay?
I think you're. I think you're taking it a little too far. I'm confident that I'm a good
No,
person
guy, I don't think you're taking it far enough. Thanks for coming up
because of
today. Talk to you
speech.
later. Okay. White Wolf, how are you today?
I'm doing well, and I really am enjoying the conversation. I think it's one to be had. Um, I just wanted to kind of add to the conversation a little bit because I was brought up in a very kind of religious town, and I kind of understand where the previous caller is coming from. And I appreciate you guys trying to like walk him through on deconstructing more because I I feel like I was taught how to judge people by listening to the pastor and other religious people in the churches and outside of church. You know, they would talk about like people with tattoos, how they're bad, and people who were, you know, maybe showing a little too much skin. They were always judging people, and I felt like because I was like required to walk that line to stay within the accepted uh religious atmosphere, that those who were not out who were those who were outside that that line were just automatically bad people. And so when people would call me out about being bad, I would feel attacked because I'm like, hey, I'm doing the work and I should be automatically a good person. And I had to deconstruct a lot of that and realize it's about individualism. You should judge people based on their actions, like you were telling him. Let other people tell you about your actions and whatnot if you're a good or bad person. Because there's plenty of people with tattoos who are good people, better people than me, and there are people with tattoos who are not. So it's not based on things you're told, it's about that person.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but if we're operating in the world, um, if we're operating in the world, expecting someone to say that we are good, then our intentions are not sincere, right?
Exactly.
So it shouldn't matter if you just believe in doing good, if you believe in empathy, kindness, compassion, generosity, and love, if you believe in those things, then act on them every single day. And I don't give a shit. I mean, I have been encouraged to take my flowers, and we talk about that often, and that's okay to do. But there's no script. What you're saying is similar to what Shadow was saying about his background growing up as a fundamentalist. You're taught that our belief set based in our religion is what are good values, when I would say that they're not good values, because the same people that are using the same scripture that you're using are talking about hate-filled rhetoric, who want to eliminate members of our society, do not believe that women should have rights, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So are those really good values? I would say
Exactly.
they're not.
It's like they think, oh, well, I have these great values, except for these groups or individuals, I feel they're not worthy of it because I've been taught that they're not good people. So therefore,
Right.
they're not worthy of those expressions. But going at like in your perspective, and my perspective now, giving it to everyone until they just they pretty much prove to you that they don't deserve it by their actions, and then calling them out on those actions so they can make those changes and be an actual good, better person. That
Do
is a better way to go about it.
do you believe in the statement that it's all men until it's no men?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay, that's the point.
And
So then when you're presented with situations publicly where you see the toxic masculinity and or misogyny and or locker room talk, when you see that, what do you do?
call it out. You let
How?
them know that it's not okay.
How do you call it out?
you have to bring it to their attention. Like these actions, these words, they're not okay because it's hurting people. And it's also teaching other people around you that this is an okay behavior and it's not. And that is something that was hard for me for a long time, not only to like reflect on it myself and know that, hey, this topic is including me and I have to be okay with that, because for me to work within that and actually try to force a better change, I have to recognize in me that either I do have some of those, ideologies that I need to deconstruct, and or I'm not doing the work to call it out, which a lot of it was I wasn't working to call it out. I was too afraid to like, you
Right.
know, conflict with people.
And everybody, right, and everybody's situation is different, and I'm not going to be up here advocating for someone to put themselves in a position where they're going to harm themselves, but from what I've learned about unpacking my misogyny is that women don't need us to protect them. They just need us to help in defense of the things that they face every single day.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
To be
And,
behind them.
and I hope I didn't misspeak there. Please tell me if I'm wrong about that, women in the chat. But I just feel like that's the push here. So if we're not, and to me, it's not about the things that we do publicly. It's the things that we do privately when no one is watching.
And
Right.
I honestly, listening to that conversation made me think about like kind of like where we are now, how the right is so like gun ho about like kind of destroying everything in a way. And I was feeling like what you guys were saying, like going into their spaces and talking to them is I think where we went wrong, because it seemed like before, like we would get together, we would talk about like, oh, these guys are misogynist or they're racist and all this stuff, and then they would come into our circles and spread some of that, and we would attack them and push them out, and then they would go to their circles and say, hey, these people on the left are just horrible people, they attacked me, and then it kind of spreads in their circles. And now that's, I feel like, why we're like fighting so
Yeah.
much versus going to their spaces and say, hey, we need to deconstruct this. And we may not get them to deconstruct, but maybe some of the people who are listening to this conversations will, which is what actually helped me, listening to these debates and really reflecting on what I hear and being like, I want to be more like you, like Facts, versus the person you're debating, because I feel like your perspective is actually a more moral and correct way to see things, and moral and correct way.
We need accomplices. We don't need saviors. Thanks for
Yeah,
jumping in, Wolf. I appreciate
thank
you
you.
very much for being here. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Um, Listen, this whole, as is always the case, our lives go in a bunch of wild different directions, but we don't, you know, values, morals, right? The script. This is the issue that I have with Christianity in general is that um, I don't judge someone's belief set. Right? That's not. I would be hypocritical if I did. What I judge, though, is an attempt to use it as a blanket for morality when we know that it's not. I think your values are defined by the things that are important to the people who influenced you. Like I said before, I was very fortunate to be raised by one of the most empathetic and brilliant people that I've ever met in my life. And I'm trying to be objective, my mother. I was taught to be kind, to be generous, to be empathetic, to be sincere, to love, to express it, to not be shy about it, to stand in defense of others. My mother was woke before there was woke, and I am grateful for that. I am absolutely, incredibly grateful for that. Don't allow what you're told are good values to influence you. Act on what they are. Be confident that you're going to talk to people with empathy and kindness and generosity. Who gives a fuck where it came from? Just do that every day as opposed to some script. Wayne and Joe, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Oh, I was just kind of going back to the previous conversation of not all Christians are, good Christians, or I can't remember the exact quote that other guy had stated. And just coming from a family, my dad was born in India, my mother was born here. And so I was raised Hinduism. And then my mother, who was raised Catholic, was anti organized religion due to her unpacking her Catholicism.
Wow, that's
And
quite the combo. right
it
there.
it was
Yeah.
an interesting childhood, and my
Yeah.
grandparents moved from India when I was about 6 years old and lived with us, and they would walk around the neighborhood in saris and their clothes, and living in a town where in Indiana where it's predominantly Christian. I just remember going to school and having to deal with it. Just wasn't seen at that time, an Indian household, an Indian family walking around the neighborhoods in a sari. And then it would bleed into parents coming up to my parents and saying, we have a very progressive church we'd love your daughter to come to.
Hmm.
And we would love for her to come to Sunday, what do you call that, Sunday school, and learn the teachings. And we're very open. And I trusted that so many times, only to be judged, only to be inadvertently being told I'm going to hell. And it carried with me for just so many years into high school. I remember my boyfriend at the time taking me to church. Oh, it's a progressive church, you'll love it. And then being stuck in a sermon where the pastor was directly pointing at me about me going to hell for not believing in Christianity. And so I just find that even the most, sometimes what we think is progressive Christianity is just a blanket, because they're still judging. They're still, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. So I'm not maybe communicating
Don't be
this
nervous. You're doing great.
correctly. Um, there's still this judgment. And it's masked with this, like, we're accepting, we're loving, but at the end there's still a judgment that they are facing because of their teachings in their Bible. And in the end they're saying, I won't judge, only God will judge. But that's just a way of saying, I'm not judging you, but you're going to hell and I'm going to heaven.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
it
It's easy. It's
really,
easy to excuse it off, right, Laney? It's easy to excuse it off because you'll meet your maker and they'll decide, but they're judging already.
yeah. And it was hard because then my husband, who's Catholic but doesn't practice Catholicism, but his mother does.
Right.
And I don't know how many times was, when are you going to baptize your kids? When are you going to baptize your kids? And we said, we're going to leave that up to our children. That's something that we won't make it, that's not our decision to make. If they decide to um, find religion when they're older in their adulthood, they're welcome to. We'll give them all the love for what they decide to do. And she would say, no, they have to get baptized. And what she was saying is, my kids were going to hell. And I'll never forget, my nieces were getting baptized. And she went over, dipped her finger in the holy water, went over to my kids and put the sign of the cross and said they're baptized. And so it's hard to now, with, Trump as presidency, as a president, and all these things going on, and then Christians coming in and saying, we're open, we're not like this, we're not, we're not judging. You,
Right.
you are though.
Right. Exactly.
Your teachings rep-
I
reflect that.
I get 7 on average, probably 10 unaliving threats a week through my direct messages. And I'd say 90% come from people. When I go to their bio, they'll have God-fearing Christian. They'll cite a particular Bible verse. So, that's an example of what you're talking about.
Yes.
That's a different category. But again, to summarize this whole piece of what you're talking about, it's values, morals. We can have our own definitions of them, but if you're told what they are, right? If you're told that because you're a Christian, you have values because Christianity says so, but you don't act accordingly, then the values that you were taught weren't values at all, as opposed to being shown how to be kind and then acting on kindness and generosity and sympathy and empathy and love and all those kinds of things. It's just, I just wish people would look at it differently. They don't need a script. Just do the work. Just
Exactly.
do the
And my
work.
dad, I remember he always told us, he's like, you don't need church. You don't go out in the backyard and, be amongst nature. And
just be a good person, you know,
person.
and do right by others, you know, and take care of others. And you know, I was very fortunate to live in a, you know, very progressive family. Like you were saying, your mother, you know, my parents were very much instilled just love and, you know, kindness and caring and not judging others. And, you know, I didn't need to go to church to be told that. And
Exactly.
I don't need that virtue signaling from churches. I don't need you to make a big theatrical statement of how you're helping the community. Just go out there and help the community. You know, I don't need you to tell me you're safe. You're not safe to me. And you haven't been for the 45 years I've been on this earth. And you're never going to be. I'm sorry. You know, if you want to be Christian on your own, and that's a personal view, but don't make that what makes you a safe person and a good person. You know what I mean?
Correct. Yeah, and the
I'm
first time
sorry if
that
I'm not coming across clear. I
no,
guess I'm
no,
so nervous.
listen, the end of the day, I say this a lot. I don't know how any woman would trust any man, quite frankly. So the guy that stands up and says I'm safe, I would throw the red flag up right away. Personally.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I consider you safe, Steve. I listen to your live every day.
Thank you. I
You
appreciate that.
are a beautiful human. But you know, if you were to say, you know, would you feel safe in the room with you? I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know
wouldn't expect you
anybody.
to. I wouldn't expect you to.
And you know, I think when people find that as like they get defensive about that, you're part of the problem, you know, and you're not letting go of your ego. You're taking it as an attack. And if you're taking it as attack, there's something internalized that you have not come to terms with in your brain.
Correct.
And I just hope that sometimes people could just set their ego aside, set their emotions aside, and just listen with an open heart and realize that we're not attacking you. But if you're feeling attacked, there might be something that you have to unpack.
If it were only that simple, right?
I know.
Thank you for jumping in today. You did great.
Thank you.
I appreciate you being here.
You.
Have
Bye.
a good day. Appreciate
You
you too.
too.
See you later.
Bye.
I love these conversations. These are some of my favorite, to be perfectly honest. I think it's, you know, as we navigate through this fascistic hellscape we have, these conversations are going to be more and more important because we're going to need more accomplices. Again, I'm not going to use the word allies. I cannot make myself an ally to any marginalized group. They have to invite me in. My actions as an accomplice, as someone who's willing to get into the dirt and fight for their rights, right? Hopefully, my actions as an accomplice will then allow me to be considered an ally. Right? That's the whole point. And I really want people to kind of, you know, it's difficult for men, but we got to stop making excuses, fellas. I want white men in America. I've said this a million times and I'll say it a million more. A system built by us, for us, to benefit us. Okay? It doesn't mean that there are not white people in America, white men in America who have struggled, because we have. It just means that you started on third base. Your journey started there, right? How it went from there ultimately is up to a couple of factors, but you started there. So my push for other white men is to realize that without being offended by it. Because it's not opinion, it's just the fucking reality, right? It's just the reality. Just accept it that we've gotten we commit crimes at a higher level, yet we're not incarcerated at the rates. We get away with shit. We get benefits. We're not denied things. People don't walk, although a lot of women would these days, people don't walk across the street if we're approaching them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So just use it. Accept it and use it. Say, yeah, man, I'm tired of this shit. If you truly believe in those things, like look in your daughter's eyes, right? Or look in your niece's eyes or your sister's eyes and just say, you know, I am sorry that the system that I helped create, not me as an individual, put the ego aside, that I helped create makes your daily life so unbelievably difficult. And then do something to change it. It's great that you can come up on a live platform with your camera off and talk about these good things, but go out in the fucking streets. The resistance is everywhere if you know where to look. Go out in the streets and defend people. Again, women in our chat have told us today, You don't need us to be saviors. They're not looking for that. But stand in defense. Speak up. Say something. Call it out. Have you ever called somebody out in a restaurant? I do it all the time, to the point where my kids don't even like to sit with me when we go out publicly. I've done that hundreds of times in my life, where somebody says something horrible to. Again, I don't do it because I want praise. I just do it because it's the right fucking thing to do. We can't fix shit unless we're willing to get dirty. Every single time democracy is on the line, who stands up? It's always black women. It's always black women. Always. Isn't it about time that white men did the same? We're the fucking problem, fellas. We are the problem. We are the problem. I could look Obi, I could look Rusty, I could look Ben in the eye. I could say that to them and they wouldn't take offense. They'd be like, "You're damn right we are. How do we fix it?" Put your ego aside. Put your red pill aside for just a few minutes and take a step back and be like, "I never really looked at it that way. I want to do better. How do I do it?" Mods, thank you all, guys. Who are we going to raid? Who's live right now? Is Matt? Hey, Matt's probably live. Who else can we raid? Who have we not raided in a little while? Let's see. I don't see. Well, let's raid. Who do you want to raid, guys? Yeah, we'll raid. Is Danny live? Let's raid Danny. We haven't raided Danny in a while. Let's raid Danny. So head on over to Danny. Tell her we said hello and just do the work, friends. Just do the work. Just look yourself in the mirror and say, what am I willing to do? And I'm glad I got checked by Obi earlier. I think I think we all can agree that we're entitled as Americans. We expect things. We don't want to be inconvenienced. Well, be inconvenienced. Be inconvenienced to help defend the rights of others who could really use our help. Be a fucking accomplice. Get your hands dirty. We're going to raid Danny. Everybody, appreciate you guys very, very much. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Thank you, mods. Best mods on planet Earth. And we have the smartest chat. Matt.